want to welcome you to the second day of the Democratic National Convention Committee's Southwest Forum to receive testimony on the 2016 national platform. My name is Congressman Elijah Cummings, and I have the honor and high pleasure of once again convening this platform drafting committee. I would ask now that everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It was my pleasure to greet my colleagues on the committee and other Democrats who join us today and members of the public as we began these very important conversations about the future of the Democratic Party and the future of this great nation. I would like to thank the individuals who you will hear from today. Many of them traveled long distances and sacrificed quite a bit of time from their families to be with us. I thank you for making time to share your perspectives and recommendations on the issues confronting America and the world today. We sincerely appreciate you sharing your expertise, and we look forward to hearing from you throughout the forum. I'm also delighted to thank so many other Democrats who took time to post written video testimony on the DNCC website. In addition to welcoming those of you here in Phoenix, I'm delighted to acknowledge everyone who is joining us today through the DNCC live stream at demconvention.com. As Democrats, ensuring that everyone, and I mean everyone, has an opportunity to listen and engage is paramount to all of us. And I would remind our speakers that you do not have to read your testimony. You can give us a 3-minute summary. And the problem is, as we found in the last few days, is that the longer your testimony, the less time the members of the panel have to ask questions. And it becomes, by the way, very, very unfair to the people who come at the end of these discussions, because they don't have a chance to get their testimony in the way they would like. And so I beg you to please keep your comments to a limited 3 minutes. Before we get started, I'd like to ask all of the drafting committee members to introduce themselves. And I tell you, I say it's an honor and a pleasure to serve with these ladies and gentlemen from across the country. As you can see, a very diverse group, and a very compassionate and brilliant group of people who are trying to synchronize the problems that our constituents are going through, the issues that confront Americans. We're trying to synchronize those things with solutions and addressing their problems. And so it gives me great pleasure now to have them introduce themselves briefly. Mr. Gunnels.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Warren Gunnels. I'm the Policy Director for Senator Bernie Sanders.
Halfdatitude. Sitsayaltsa Sitsta. My traditional indigenous name is Sitsayaltsa Deborah Parker. I'm a member of the Tulalip tribes.
I'm Bonnie Schaefer. I am from North Carolina and Florida, and I'm honored to be on this committee.
I'm Congressman Luis Gutierrez from Chicago, and I want to say hello to all my friends from Phoenix, Arizona.
Cornell West, teacher and citizen.
Neera Tandon, President of the Center for American Progress.
Wendy Sherman, former Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs.
Jim Zogby, President of the Arab American Institute.
Carol Browner.
Keith Ellison, Member of Congress from Minnesota. Paul Booth, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees.
Barbara Lee, Member of Congress from the 13th Progressive Congressional District.
Bill McKibben from Vermont.
Maya Harris, Senior Policy Advisor, Hillary Clinton.
I think we got everybody. I'm pleased to reconvene with these accomplished individuals to continue hearing testimony today. As I did yesterday, today I will note that Congressman Howard Berman is not able to join us. Additionally, committee member and state representative Alicia Reese is not able to join us today due to a prior commitment. Seated with us are Andrew Grossman and Patrice Taylor. Andrew is the National Platform Director, and Patrice is the Director of the DNC's Office of Party Affairs and Delegate Selection. Finally, I am pleased to introduce our parliamentarian, Helen McFadden. Helen is the DNC's parliamentarian and has served in this role for many years and can help us to navigate any parliamentary issues that may arise. Today, Helen will be serving as our timekeeper and will help us keep on schedule. And the person who is the head of the convention, who we could not do without, who is truly a superstar, Reverend Dr. Leah Daltrey is here. You want to say a few words? I want to say to Leah and to the entire staff, we cannot thank you enough for all that you've done. And again, I don't want to forget this. I want to thank the hotel staff. They have been absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. As we move into Session 6, Protecting and Expanding Our Democracy, we will hear recommendations, concerns, and solutions for ensuring that all Americans are treated fairly and that each man and woman can participate fully in the rights of our great democracy. Among the important issues we will hear are reforms needed to address voting rights, public financing for campaigns, redistricting, and gerrymandering. Our speakers will address how Democrats can tackle those concerns and discuss what's needed to help make democracy work for everyone. Our first speaker is Governor Stephen Rowe Lewis. Governor, he is the Secacton, pronounce that.
Sacaton.
Governor, thank you and welcome.
In chief as a basketball player as well, and I know we're in the midst of the NBA Finals. It's almost like having a ticket to attend the Democratic Party's version of the All-Star game here. So
I'll tell my wife you said that.
I'm very happy to be here.
Go Warriors.
And even though I'm a Phoenix Suns fan, we have a lot to build to become a Warrior or become a Cavalier, but it is an honor. And Skuk-Sialik, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. And I would like to start my remarks by emphasizing how proud I am to be a Democrat. As a tribal leader, I need to focus my attention on accomplishing goals for my citizens, regardless of any party affiliation. But as I watch what happened in Orlando last weekend and the sentiments expressed by various politicians and people, I felt proud as a Democrat that the leaders of our party immediately expressed sympathy and support for the victims. We understand we may differ in our religious beliefs, our sexual orientation, and our ethnicity, but we respect everyone as humans and know that each of us plays a vital role in our communities. Today I'm here to make sure that my own community, the Native American community, is included in the Democratic platform. Like other communities of color, we have our own distinctive cultures and traditions, but we are fundamentally unique in that we have also a political government-to-government relationship with the United States. So the Democratic platform should include us within any policies that impact other communities of color, but it should also recognize our status as governments and the fact that the United States has a legal responsibility to us as governments. The Democratic Party has been steadfast in its efforts to protect every individual's right to vote in our federal elections. We need to continue that effort. Within my own community, we constantly struggle to make sure that the records of the county registrar are accurate and that when necessary, our people have access to provisional ballots. State and local governments should be required to coordinate with tribal governments prior to any federal election to ensure our citizens are properly identified on their records. The Democratic Party's commitment to renewable energy, addressing climate change, is consistent with the goals of Native America. These issues have always been important to Native cultures. Our creation stories, customs, and traditions embody the need to respect all earthly elements and preserve them for our future generations, our 7 generations. As tribal governments, we have to balance our customs and traditions with the need to build economies and jobs for our people, opportunities for our people, and hope. But in doing so, we look for sustainable and multi-generational approaches as well. Too often, Native America is left out of renewable energy programs, which makes no sense given that the Department of Energy estimates that wind power from tribal lands could satisfy 32% of total U.S. electricity demand. And tribal solar resources could generate twice the total amount of energy needed to power this country. Tribal governments need to be included at the beginning when these policies and programs are being developed rather than fighting to participate afterwards. Tribal communities, more so than any other community, are impacted by climate change. Some of our Alaska Native communities are in the midst of having to entirely relocate because their permafrost land base is disappearing through melting. In some Native American communities in the Northeast, climate change is changing the entire ecosystem that tribal people rely on for sustenance and customary practices. Climate change is causing historic droughts in my region and across the West. As Congress and the federal and state governments are dialoguing to figure out how to address this problem, tribal governments are not being given a seat at the table. We have legal rights to resources, such as water, that are directly affected by the solutions being discussed, and we must have a seat at this all-important table. My people, the Yakima O'odham, have the highest rates of diabetes in the world. This is due to the theft of our water in the last century. As a result, we lost access to our traditional foods and diet. The federal government's response was to provide us highly processed foods, and the result is our dramatic health disparities compared to the rest of the world. Too often we have to spend our time reacting to critical health and safety problems that are unintended consequences of federal policies. That is why we need to be part of the dialogue, as well as development of the solutions. Given the significant impacts that federal and state policies can have on tribal communities and their legal rights, I respectfully ask that this committee consider including a section within the platform specifically addressing the rights of tribal governments. Our unique political relationship with the federal government supports this request. Thank you for considering my comments. Masapa.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you. Governor, you said we must have a seat at the table. I guarantee you have a seat at this table.
Thank you. And seeing Ms. Deborah Parker from the Tulalip tribe, I really appreciate
She has been absolutely phenomenal. I was telling her yesterday that I have, just listening to her questions and our discussions have helped me tremendously in educating me, and I'm sure other members, of the issues that confront your population, all right? Ms. Parker.
Yes. Tigwit Seed, thank you once again, and thank you to the members of the committee. It is indeed an honor to serve at this level with so many heroes here, bright, intelligent, movers and shakers, progressive people. So it's an honor to be here with such distinguished representatives and leaders in their own right. So once again, thank you. Thank you for having us here on your traditional territory, Governor Lewis. My question for you is, you know, we have Northwest tribes, Eastern tribes, Southern tribes, Alaska Native, Hawaiian Native. We have tribes from all different regions with languages, customs, issues here. In your region, water is a big issue, energy resources. So you've got the sun. In the Northwest, we don't, which right now I'm okay with that. So you guys may want to visit us to cool down. But, you know, looking at all of these issues and trying to work on the platform for our Native American nations, our indigenous nations, what do you see as the top issue? What do you see as the most critical issue facing Indian country, as we say, Native America?
Facing Indian country, Mr. Chair, Ms. Parker, we have to, it all begins with sovereignty. It all begins with our government-to-government relationship moving forward. And of course, we're going to have a changing of administrations. And hopefully, God willing, it's going to be a Democratic administration moving forward. And we need to have that continued commitment to this concept of sovereignty articulated in the Constitution, also within U.S. policy. And we need to have true self-determination. We need to have a positive, not paternalistic, but an equal working relationship with the federal government, with the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, with under the Health and Human Services. We get, as you know, Ms. Parker, we get most of our federal health care resources through the Indian Health Service. And tribes need to have that support moving forward, a true partnership reflective of this relationship of sovereignty. Ms. Parker.
Thank you.
We'll have one more question, and that's from Mr. Ellison. Congressman Ellison.
Governor, thank you for your presentation. I'm from Minnesota. We're very proud of our Native communities there. And in 2012, we had a kind of an ugly incident at Red Lake where some Republican challengers would just go on to the reservation and just gratuitously challenge Native American voters and say that they didn't have the proper credentials and then force them to prove that they did. The tribal government found them to be a nuisance and escorted them off the reservation, but not before they had intimidated a number of voters. You know, they were making claims like, if you have back child support, you can't vote, stuff like that. Is this a phenomenon we're seeing at reservations around the nation? Is this a thing we're seeing, that there's systematic efforts to intimidate Native American voters? We saw it in Minnesota. I'm curious to know, is this something you've been seeing? Is this something we should really pay special attention to?
Mr. Chair, Congressman, thank you for that question. Yes, most states that have a significant Native American population, Native American reservations, you're seeing that dynamic. Voter suppression, you're seeing states that are hostile towards expanding and protecting the right to vote on Native reservations and on border towns. Arizona is, I would say, is ground zero as well. Of course, we have a federal lawsuit pending in regards to Native American voter rights moving forward. And so because we have the majority of Native Americans, you have the Navajo Nation, which is one of the largest, is the largest Native nation, not only in the United States, but spans 4 states, and in Arizona, has a large voting demographic of Native Americans, both in the northern part of the reservation and also where my reservation is located in the Thona-O'odham Nation, the southern Arizona part. And we have seen some very strident practices of voter Native suppression, and that needs to be added to the agenda for action and for protection of the Natives' right to vote moving forward. Thank you.
Kevin, just one last question.
Thank you very much for your remarks on climate change. If anyone in the committee has any doubts, there's no question but that the emergence of indigenous communities at the head of the fight about climate change over the last 4 or 5 years has been maybe the single most important part of the growth of that movement, the explosive growth. on both sides of the border in North America, all sides of the borders in North America. Just many, many thanks for that advocacy and witness. We would not have stopped anything, the Keystone Pipeline or anything else, without enormous, enormous work in Native communities.
Governor, thank you very much. You know, as you were talking, I could not help but think that we have to keep these coalitions going.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of people who find themselves in the same situations with regard, say, for example, to voting rights. And it is the coalitions and people working together that will make a difference. And thank you. And again, you know, you got a seat, a major seat at the table now. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we will work forward just in a very enthusiastic manner with the Democratic Party moving forward. I know that historically Native Americans have voted Democrat, and we will continue to do so. We have, you know, such a great leadership moving forward. We have some Native Americans that are running for public office nationally as well, and we need to encourage that moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Robert Moses was a student nonviolent coordinating committee field secretary and director of SNCC's 1964 Mississippi Summer Project. He was instrumental in the formation of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, a group that challenged the regular Democratic Party delegates from the state of the party's 1964 convention. Dr. Moses taught math for a time at Lanier High School in Jackson, Mississippi, and used the school as a laboratory school for the algebra project methods. He is the author of Radical Equations, Civil Rights from Mississippi to Algebra, to the Algebra Project. Sir, it's an honor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. So, thank you. I'm just going to start right in. In March of 1963, a field secretary for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, I testified in the Federal District Court of Judge Claude Clayton in Greenville, Mississippi. My lawyer, John Doerr, from the U.S. Department of Justice. A few months earlier, Jimmy Travis, Randolph Blackwell, and myself had been grease-gunned on the highway outside of Greenwood. Jimmy, driving, caught a bullet in his neck. In response to this terrorist act, SNCC converged on Greenwood, raised food from Chicago, and insisted that families needing food join the right to vote insurgency, march with SNCC to the courthouse, and attempt to register. Greenwood police arrested and jailed 8 SNCC field secretaries. From the witness stand, I stared at the sharecroppers bust in from Greenwood while attending to Judge Clayton's constitutional question. Why is SNCC taking illiterates down to register to vote? Because the nation can't have its cake and eat it too. It can't use politics to deny black people access to literacy and then turn around and say they can't do politics because they're illiterate. Today, more than 50 years later, a contemporary SNCC action might provoke a contemporary constitutional question. Why is SNCC taking convicted felons down to register to vote? In that 1963 Mississippi Federal District Court, and in 21st century America, 3 sets of constitutional combatants engage each other in a power struggle for the right to vote and the right to a quality public school education. Federal power, state power, and people power. 3 powers which have struggled with each other across each of 3 constitutional eras. Each of these eras has a distinctive badge. We can see this in the fate of young black men across the 3 eras. 1787 to 1862. In the first constitutional era, young black men are Africans and constitutional property, too valuable to lynch or lock up. 1875 to 1941. In the second constitutional era, Southern young black men are second-class citizens, rounded up by the tens of thousands for peonage and shackled to work the coal mines. In this, our third constitutional era, mass incarceration, fueled by President Nixon's determination to create a war on drugs as a tool to destroy the black community, intensified under the Clinton and Obama administrations, decimated the potential black electorate. The National Democratic Party, authors of all three devastations, cannot claim innocence, because as Baldwin taught us, it's not permissible that the authors of devastation should also be innocent. It is the innocence which constitutes the crime. That said, we are calling on the National Democratic Party to address with us a fundamental question. Who are the constitutional people? What does it mean to be a constitutional person in the United States of America? On April 22nd, 1820, at the center of the first constitutional era, Thomas Jefferson wrote this to John Holmes about slavery. But, as it is, we have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither hold him nor safely let him go. Justice is in one scale, and self-preservation in the other. In that era, Democrat presidents decimated Native Americans, confiscated their lands, and rode the wolf of slavery. Young black Africans, insurgent runaway slaves, inspired a revolutionary people's movement to destroy the wolf of slavery, pushing Abraham Lincoln to begin his 1868 House divided speech with reflections on the two-letter word that in this very election cycle continues to confound this nation. If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. Alas, Lincoln could not construct a we. The nation fractured and descended into war. It took its own sweet time, but Democrats fractured over the same two-letter word when 1 century after the Civil War Freedom Summer and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, MFDP, pushed the National Democrat Party to cleanse itself from the politics of white supremacy. MFDP had come from the right state. George S. Boutwell, a senator from Massachusetts, who helped craft the Reconstruction Amendments and laws to enforce them, stated the case. The evidence shows that the state of Mississippi is at present under the control of political organizations composed largely of armed men whose common purpose is to establish and maintain, by acts of violence, fraud, and murder, the supremacy of the white line Democrats. In 1875, a decade after the Civil War, a Democratic Party's white line democracy launched the nation into Jim Crow and slavery by another name. Black youth dropped the curtain on this second constitutional era. They initiated and sustained the sit-in movement, took it across Alabama and into Mississippi with freedom rides, then settled via SNCC across Mississippi and the Black Belt to organize an earned insurgency for the right to vote. They acted as constitutional people, citizens of the nation, in defiance of the nation's Confederate narrative and its idea that their human rights depended on something as shaky as the laws of the Confederate States, a notion as absurd as slavery itself. they enacted a people's narrative, a story involving guarantees of national citizenship and national protection of citizens' rights. In this, our third constitutional era, our questions remain. Who are the constitutional people? What does it mean to be a constitutional person in the United States of America? While those who fought for the Reconstruction Amendments thought they were guaranteeing the right to vote to all citizens, those rights have been deeply undermined by, among others, this Democratic Party. In 1963, Judge Wisdom of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals had this to say about the removal in 1877 of federal troops from the South. These events foreshadowed the Lily-White primary and marked the emergence of the Democratic Party in the South as the institutionalized incarnation of the will to white supremacy. In Shelby County v. Holder, Chief Justice Robert elevated a Confederate narrative of states' rights over a people's narrative of universal citizenship, providing a judicial facade for the contemporary will to white supremacy. To reinforce the intent and purpose of the Reconstruction Amendments and to ensure that all of our citizens, including incarcerated persons, have full political rights, the SNCC Legacy Project and those of us who commit to organizing earned insurgencies of people power champion, in opposition to Chief Justice Roberts, a people's narrative, that the nation rejected both slavery and its assault on human dignity and altered its slave-tolerating constitution to give the federal government power to protect the people's rights. We ask that the National Democratic Party take a revolutionary stance, confirm the right to vote, and make it explicit. Adopt in your platform the following statement. The National Democratic Party agrees to work for the following voting rights resolution. Voting rights resolution, Section 1. The people's right of representation being necessary to our Republican form of government, the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be infringed. Section 2. The federal branches of government shall protect this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Moses, I wanted to thank you for being here. We're going to hear a question from Cornel West in a minute. But let me just say this, that we really appreciate you being here. In other forums, I've said to the panel, this is a moment, this drafting committee is a moment where we can put our fingerprints on the future of America. And there's so many things that you could be doing, but you're here trying to make sure that we move towards that more perfect union. And it's a shame that we have to keep fighting the same fights over and over and over again. But thank you for being a soldier in the Army for that more perfect union.
No, I just wanted to highlight the fact that our dear brother Robert Moses, he constitutes democratic nobility. And by that, what I mean is a high level of spiritual excellence, intellectual sharpness, Harvard PhD, one of the first black person to get a PhD from Harvard, but also an unbelievable sensitivity and generosity in terms of public life. And that's what the legacy of Ella Baker is about. That's what the legacy of Fannie Lou Hamer is about. That's what the legacy of Miles Horton is about, and his blessed wife, Janet. But Dr. Janet Moses is also here, and we should acknowledge her because they are a dynamic duo. But my question has to do with the unbelievable challenge to this both the party as well as the platform drafting committee. When you talk about people's power, and when you talk about the grounds upon which everyday people struggling for lives of decency ought to have trust in a Democratic Party, given the history that you laid out, even the recent history, the Democratic Party's complicity to mass incarceration regime, its complicity to undermining the welfare rights of everyday people. The relation of what you have done historically, continue to do in Mississippi, and the Black Lives Matter movement emerging these days in the age of Ferguson. What are the grounds in your own mind for having the kind of trust in the Democratic Party, given where we are at present, my dear brother?
So just to be truthful, the only grounds for me are actually what I think of as earned insurgencies that come from the bottom up, right? I think we have to earn our insurgencies in this country. That was our experience in Mississippi. We had to earn it in 3 different ways. First, we had to earn from the sharecroppers and the farmers that we were working with their trust. And it was really simple. Every time we got knocked down, we had to stand back up. And finally, they decided that we meant what we were saying. We also had to earn something from the national government. You remember the 1957 Civil Rights Act? Johnson was Senate Majority Leader and Eisenhower was President. And that set up the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. Now, that act was about the idea that Tuskegee professors who qualified under any standard should be allowed to vote. They didn't have SNCC in mind, but they put in that act that anyone who was acting on behalf of the people trying to vote, that states could not arrest them. So that act gave SNCC a little, what I came to think of as a legal crawl space. It actually enabled us to do the work on the ground. So every time the state of Mississippi locked us up, the Justice Department came and got us out. But we had to earn their trust. It didn't say that they were required to do that. They were permitted to do that, right? And so we had to earn the right to be people that they would go to bat for. And then we had to earn the right to call on the country to come take a look at itself. We had to earn the right to call on college students from all over the country to come down in face of danger. And as you know, 3 of them were murdered that summer, right? And we had to earn the right to do that. So we need in this country earned insurgencies. That's what it will take, I think, to get the political parties, including the Democratic Party, up and moving on these issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses. Thank you. First, let me just thank you for being here today and for your testimony and putting our party and this movement in context, because oftentimes we forget the historical reasons for why we're here and how we got here. And I just have to personally thank you and what you have done just to pave the way for myself and others to get elected to public office. Had it not been for yourself and all of those in SNCC and the movement, we would never have been elected. So thank you very much. Secondly, I just want to ask you, as a Democrat, a progressive Democrat who embraces many of our movements on the outside, the Dreamers, the Black Lives Matter movement, all of the movements that are emerging, how do we make sure that our party embraces these movements and that these movements make sure that we're held accountable to the justice movement and to what we have to do to become a country that really is worthy of our children and our children's future in terms of the democratic and movements and democracy that we all embrace?
Yes, so I think that the party could engage with people who are trying to actually have meetings with those people you just named who are trying to start a movement. So it would be really helpful, I think. Cortland Cox is the sort of point person on the SNCC Legacy Committee. And I know that he is planning and trying to bring together people who are involved in those movements and to get people from the progressive wing of the Democratic Party involved in helping, because you need the voices of the people who are actually doing that work at the table.
Again, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for passing the baton on. My mother, who's 89, says that, you know, she's passing on the baton, but she said, don't drop it. And I promise you, we will not drop it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That. Thank you.
Patricia Arquette. Ms. Arquette is an actress from Chicago, Illinois, who has starred in multiple critically acclaimed films, including the 2014 independent drama Boyhood. Ms. Arquette has been an outspoken supporter of women's rights and the Equal Rights Amendment and has used her platform to raise more awareness for gender equality issues. Ms. Jessica Neuwirth is the president and director of the newly formed ERA Coalition Fund for Women's Equality and author of Equal Means Equal: Why the Time for the ERA is Now. She is also the director of Donor Direct Action and a founder of Equality Now. Now let me just remind the members of the committee that we're going to be losing some members early, so we want to move. We're going to have to move along, and I want members to have as much of an opportunity to hear as much testimony as possible. Ms. Arquette.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to be here to testify for the Equal Rights Amendment. It's ironic that we stand on the brink of history, possibly electing the first woman to lead our nation, while the reality is that even as our seated leader, she will not have full constitutional protections simply because she was born female. Many people think women have constitutional equality, but we do not. To quote Supreme Court Justice Scalia, certainly the Constitution does not require discrimination on the basis of sex. The question is whether it prohibits it. It doesn't. And he's right, it does not. And we see that impact in critical court decisions. Women have piecemeal legislation that changes according to who is in power at any given time. Legislation that again and again is dismantled and rendered ineffective by the federal courts, like the Violence Against Women Act, which initially gave women a federal remedy for gender-based violence. This provision of the law was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court as unconstitutional when a campus sexual assault victim, Christy Broncala, tried to use it. We also see glaring injustices in state laws. In Louisiana, for instance, women are not given a free DNA rape kit to collect the forensic evidence that could convict her rapist if she had a felony conviction in the last 5 years or was committing a crime at the time of her rape. Or in Massachusetts, where women have to appeal every 6 months to make sure that their DNA forensic evidence is not destroyed while they are waiting for prosecution, even though the statute of limitations for rape in that state is 15 years. Now, this is unfair hardship, not placed on other classes or crime victims. This is reserved for rape victims, who are largely women. And even when our beautiful brothers are the victims of rape, in Utah, a male rape victim has a 46% higher likelihood of having his DNA rape kit processed than female victims of rape. Look, I want all victims of rape to have their rape kits processed regardless of sex. But what we are looking at here is a clear example of unconscious gender bias and how women are legally treated as subhuman. We have had hundreds of thousands of unprocessed rape kits languishing on shelves across the nation. Even as I stand here, there are states that don't even know where or how many untested rape kits they have. At its best, this is unconscious gender bias, and at its worst, it's a gender-based criminal neglect. And even when women do get to the courthouse doors, the wheels of justice are still frozen for them. The woeful injustice in the recent Stanford rape case is sadly not an anomaly, that is the norm. We need to examine this, as well as why there's not adequate funding for other areas that largely affect women, like domestic violence support. In America, we have 10,000 women and children turned away from domestic abuse services daily. That is 3.5 million women and kids a year. So why is funding inadequate? I'll tell you why. Because women do not hold the same value in our society. And that is a fact that is borne out in our founding document. Women in America do not have constitutional equality. They have partial rights, and therefore they have partial justice. We have had widespread and historic gender bias at play, and it will not be remedied with anything short of the Equal Rights Amendment. The ERA would ensure that women's rights are not left in a gray area or left to the mercy of state laws, some of which are weaker than others. Why should women in one state have fewer rights than women in another? There should be equal rights for all women regardless of what state they live in. Federal courts should not be able to judge women's rights by a lower standard of review, because discrimination against women has been deemed worthy. Federal courts should not be able to judge women's rights by a lower standard of review, because discrimination against women has not been deemed worthy of strict scrutiny, which is the higher standard of review afforded other forms of discrimination by the federal courts. Legally, morally, and ethically, the truth is, this nation has turned a blind eye to widespread gender bias. Economically, women have historically been discriminated against. Just look at the pay case of Lilly Ledbetter, in which Congress had to overturn the Supreme Court decision with legislation just to ensure that when women win their equal pay claims, that they can get the equal pay they were denied. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, speaking for the dissenting judges, stated, "In our view, the court does not comprehend or is indifferent to the insidious way in which women can be victims of pay discrimination." It's estimated that it will take from 40 to 118 years to close the gender wage gap. This is not 1787 when the Constitution was drafted. In today's America, we have millions of women as the sole breadwinners. We have an estimated 33 million women and children living in poverty in the United States who would not be if women were just paid their full dollar. America has more elderly women in poverty than any other nation in the industrialized world. The remedy is to give women every fair legal tool to examine, challenge, and tear out widespread and historic bias at its roots. Once and for all, don't women deserve full legal rights in the United States of America? Because make no mistake, when you have the extra scrutiny and legal protection a constitutional amendment affords you, you have more likelihood of winning cases and enacting strong and just laws. Women need this legal framework to challenge discrimination on equal pay, rape, and domestic violence cases. Without the ERA, women are left to the mercy of courts and politicians, both state and federal, who often do little or nothing for gender justice. Equal means equal, or it means nothing at all. What is the ERA? It's a few simple words. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of sex. Is that really a principle that anyone can oppose? In a new poll out today, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, 94% of those polled said they would support an amendment for the Constitution that guarantees equal rights for both men and women. I'm appealing for you not to just put this in your platform or to sign your name to bills that are never even taken to the floor for a vote. I am asking you to prioritize the ERA and to take action to make this much and long-needed change to help women finally have full equal rights and full protection of the law in the United States of America. It is time to finally rise up and include women in the promise of justice for all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Newworth, did you have a statement?
I would like to just elaborate on the poll that Patricia Arquette mentioned, because we released this poll yesterday and it shocked the pollsters. They said they had never seen any kind of consensus like that it was just extraordinary. Across the board, 94% of the people polled support a constitutional amendment for equal rights. And that's 90% of men, 96% of women, 99% of people between the ages of 18 and 24. Ethnicities, all over 90%. African Americans and Asian Americans, 99% support a constitutional amendment for equal rights. And even across the political spectrum, all over 90%. For women, even higher, 98% of Democratic women, 94% of Republican women. So the way we see it, this is really a no-brainer. And the only question that we can't figure out is why it's taken so long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a number of hands up. I'm just going to tell the members I cannot take everybody because we're going to have a time problem. Ms. Schaefer, you haven't asked a question.
Yes.
Ms. Sherman.
First, I would like to thank you so much for taking your time to come all the way here, Ms. Arquette, and on a Saturday. And Ms. Newworth came all the way from New York after being in Washington. I appreciate that. We all do. What I'd like to know is, why is it that nothing has happened in Congress, no vote, no hearing, for 30-plus years? Why has this not been ratified? I mean, we are over 50% or more of the electorate. Why? And I have two questions, and then I wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on the poll you mentioned. But I really want to know, and I really think that I know it's time. It's beyond time. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that it's not just women in America that are being affected by us not having the Equal Rights Amendment. We're also not protecting women worldwide. We haven't signed on to CEDAW, which is the international policy to protect women, because we haven't already passed the ERA. We forced Afghanistan and Japan to put gender provisions in their constitutions, but we don't have it in ours. And in a day and age when we have women locked up and being burned in cages in other countries, I think an important message is to say, women in the United States matter. They're our daughters, they're our sisters, they're our lovers, they're our friends. And they have equal rights in the United States of America. And we really cannot say that to the world. We have no right to say that in the world. And that's a gross miscarriage of justice.
As I often say, we're better than that.
I hope we are.
Ambassador Sherman.
I just actually am going to tag on to what my colleague Bonnie Schaefer said. I'm old enough to have been in Congress working as a chief of staff at the time we tried to do this. And I remember vividly Ted Kennedy sitting up in the vice president's office, willing to meet with any senator to try to move this forward. And we have not been able to get the job done. And I think it is in part because, as you said, people assume it exists. And I think it's also because getting a constitutional amendment through the Senate has been very, very difficult, as getting CEDAW through, as you rightly pointed out, Ms. Arquette, when we are way behind so much of the rest of the world, is because the Senate has not been able to do any treaty. When Bob Dole comes to the Senate floor for the Disabilities Treaty in a wheelchair and, as a Republican, cannot get it done, it speaks to how important it is to not only ensure that we have a Democratic president, but that we have a Democratic Senate to have any chance at all.
Well, I have to say something else. Frankly, I've been in Washington a lot, meeting with a lot of different leaders, trying to talk to people on both sides of the aisle, and some Democrats said to me, you know, they may have their name on a bill, but it doesn't mean they're actually doing anything. And someone said to me, quite frankly, well, women are not hot. And it's funny because we're constantly being referenced. Are we beautiful? Are we hot? Are we not hot? What do we look like? They said women's issues aren't hot. So we don't even matter at all, and neither do our issues. And this was a Democrat, a Democratic leader. So this has to come from in this room. And you guys in this room have a lot of power too, to make this a hot issue. Because, I mean, I only had a limited time, but I didn't even get to talk about women in California who were made to sign papers while they were giving birth, and they were given hysterectomies without their consent in the United States of America.
Ms. Tandon.
Thank you so much for your remarks and for locating women's rights in the broad sweep of progressive policies that we need to really look at. I want to ask you very quickly. There are a suite of policies in the United States which really stand out in being separate and apart from the rest of the world that happen to affect women. The United States is the only industrialized country in the world that does not have a national paid leave policy. Disproportionately affects women. Mm-hmm. We have very little support for childcare in this country. Other developed countries invest a lot more in childcare. Disproportionately affects women. And I wanted to ask you, do you think if we look at the ERA and other policies around these issues, it will also build support for some of these economic discrepancies women are facing?
I do. I really think that would give it a different kind of scrutiny, that we could examine these things and really look at them once and for all. Look, if we're looking at 118 years for women to be able to be paid fairly, we need to make a radical change. We know the way we've been doing it hasn't been working. We need to give women every legal tool they need to examine all of these issues. I mean, there are some pregnancy provisions right now, but they're not working. A woman can still be fired for going to the bathroom to go pee too often when she's pregnant, or for carrying a water bottle. It's crazy, and the things that are happening to women are inexcusable, and everyone who has some power can make their voice heard right now. And I don't know, is the Democratic Party the People's Party, or is it not? Or is it the male People's Party? Because I think it's time for them to really step up the game and make a change for America. And look, poverty has a lot to do with women. Child hunger, we have 1 in 5 hungry kids in America. A majority of them have single moms. What are we going to do about this? It will help us address a lot of issues. We have the fastest growing group of incarcerated people are women. And often when a woman has to defend her own life in a domestic abuse situation and murders her partner who was about to kill her, she gets 26 years for that crime of defending her own life. We have to be able to look at this fairly, and we have so much bias in this country.
Ms. Parker.
Yes, I just want to thank you as a Native American woman, as a Native American survivor. I'm not sure what you said. There's so much work to do, and so I thank you for your courage, and I know we lack a lot of time. This should be at least a full day on this issue alone, but I know many of us, I believe all of us here, are committed to improving the platform, especially for women and those who are disenfranchised. So I just thank you. I'm going to send you with one of our Indigenous women's magazines. So we're working hard against domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence. There's so much work to do, but with people like you and those who are courageous to come forward and tell their stories, we will make a change. There's no way that so much violence should be here in the United States against women, against disenfranchised, and we do have our young boys who are being hurt as well. So I just hope that we can heal this nation as we need to, and so continue that courageous fight, and just thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say as a last thing, I mean, women are making 78 cents on the dollar, white women. Black women are making 64 cents on the dollar right now. Native American women are making 54 cents on the dollar, and Latino women are making 55 cents on the dollar. If we don't drastically look at the gender pay gap, we will be economically suppressing people of color for a whole nother generation, besides our whole nation. But if we allow this, there will be no game change. We need to use every possible thing we can to close this wage gap situation once and for all, and all of these other issues that are impacting all people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Michael Walden. Michael Walden is the president of the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University School of Law, a nonpartisan law and policy institute focused on improving the systems of democracy and justice. So Waldman is a constitutional lawyer and writer and is an expert on the presidency and American democracy. I cannot tell you how many times I've quoted the Brennan Center. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Brennan Center to urge the Democratic Party to unambiguously and enthusiastically adopt a bold democracy reform agenda as a central governing and policy strategy. I will talk in particular about one aspect of that, which is
Excuse me, can you make sure you've pressed the button in the center of the microphone? Thank you.
Speaking to the mic. Speaking to the mic. There you go.
Okay. I won't say it all again, except thank you, and we strongly encourage you to make bold democracy reform a central policy, strategy, and agenda for the Democratic Party and the next administration and the next Congress. I'll focus in particular on automatic and permanent voter registration. The nation was founded 240 years ago on the commitment that government is legitimate only when it rests on the consent of the governed. And we have struggled toward that ideal ever since. It's been a hard struggle, and this party at its best has been central to that struggle. But as you all know, right now, that democracy is facing tremendous strains. 17 states will have new laws to restrict voting on the books for the first time in a presidential election in 2016. It's the first presidential election in half a century without the full protection of the Voting Rights Act. It's the first presidential election where we feel the full force of Citizens United and the other misguided Supreme Court decisions. It's not a surprise that voter turnout in the last election plunged to the lowest level in 72 years. It's not a surprise that the public is engaged and angry and deeply concerned about this. We believe the answer is to go on offense, to adopt a reform agenda to push for the revitalization of these institutions of American self-governance. And you'll hear from other witnesses about many of them. Small donor public financing, a new constitutional jurisprudence to overturn Citizens United and other misguided decisions, restoration of the Voting Rights Act, restoration of the right to vote to people with past felony convictions. And one of the most exciting developments, the most important new breakthrough, is automatic voter registration. As you know, our ramshackle voter registration system is a great obstacle to full participation. Automatic registration would change the paradigm. You would be registered to vote when you interact with a government agency such as the DMV, unless you choose not to. This would be an extraordinary change in the way we register voters, and it would make a big difference. Fully implemented across the country, it would add 50 million people to the rolls. It would cost less, and it would improve accuracy and security. It is a powerful proposal. There's tremendous momentum for it. In the last year and a half, Oregon, California, West Virginia, and Vermont have enacted it. Connecticut 2 weeks ago announced it would do so without waiting for its legislature. The Illinois legislature a few days ago sent it to the governor for signature. We are finding that it is already working. In Oregon, the registration rates at the DMV quadrupled month by month since it was enacted. Now, as you know, Secretary Clinton has put forward a strong proposal to register every 18-year-old. When it came out, We said that it was a game changer. Senator Sanders has introduced a strong piece of legislation. The Democratic leadership of the Congress has indicated they will be putting forward a bill. This should be a party priority now and going forward. It would make a big difference. One last note on strategy. You all have a lot of challenges and a lot of goals that you're seeking to set for the country. You're looking at critical issues, how to end mass incarceration, how to address climate change, how to promote economic equality. All of these challenges will be so much harder to address if we don't fix our broken political system and revitalize our democracy. All of these challenges will be easier to address if we can fully tap the participatory energies of all of the American people. So I encourage you to make this not merely something that you adopt, but that's something you embrace, that the Democratic Party put the fight for American democracy back at the center of American politics where it belongs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congressman Gutierrez and then Ellison.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A couple of comments as we move forward. So, 1 million Latinos turn 18 every year. So as a party and in this platform, we need to do something to make sure that when they turn 18, they register to vote. And I'm only talking about the Latinos that turn 18 that are citizens of the United States of America. And secondly, as we expand democracy, we have 8 million permanent residents of the United States. Permanent residents. Now, you know, members of the committee, if they go and change their green card, it's $450, right? And they get it guaranteed. If they want to become a citizen, it's almost $700. So how do we take those 8 million people that are permanent residents of the United States? I think, you know, it's basically a poll tax on them, saying, here it is, here's the standard, $700 if you want to really incorporate yourself into the American democracy. So I think as a platform, we have to talk about also how we encourage those people. It's not only Latinos, it's people from all over the world, but it's a great growing movement of people. So, you know, Donald Trump's gonna be here today. I'll tell you what, I got an antidote to Donald Trump. It's all those young Latinos too, and it's all those permanent residents. We have to facilitate their incorporation in democracy, and I want to thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ellison.
There are many spurs to political participation. Some are positive and some are not so positive, and we may see both this time. But you're absolutely right that so many of the new laws are really crafted to make it harder for new citizens to vote, whether it's the voter ID laws that require people to go get their naturalization papers, sometimes at a cost of hundreds of dollars, or the effort to demand proof of citizenship to register or to vote, which are now being pressed across the country. We have to wage those defensive fights while we are at the same time moving forward with affirmative reforms.
Ellison.
Thank you, sir. So in 1980, a conservative movement leader by the name of Paul Weyrich gave an important speech in which he said, and I'm paraphrasing, he didn't want people to vote. In fact, the chances for his agenda to get passed went up as the electorate went down. And he is one of the founders of the Heritage Foundation, one of the founders of the Moral Majority and the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC. And I guess my question to you is simply this. Can it be said that powerful interests on the conservative end have identified voter suppression as a strategic goal? And can it be also said that on the Democratic side, we have yet to set our intention to make voter expansion as a strategic goal? We have yet to do it. We think it's good if people vote, but we're not like actively trying to increase the number of people who vote. I can tell you that as a Democrat, they want us to win, but it's really more of with a higher winning percentage rather than calculating the raw number of votes. So I guess my question to you is, what do you think about my hypothesis? Are they specifically trying to suppress the vote? Is it an accident that only 36% of the people voted in 2014, that we're the lowest OECD country in terms of voter participation, and of the large industrial countries? What do you think?
Well, you're exactly right that this is a fiercely strategic goal of the modern conservative movement to enact many of these laws. Every time that conservatives, in many instances, have gotten so much as a pinky on a lever of power, they have turned to these issues of the rules of the game. What has not happened is that when progressives or Democrats have had similar opportunities, that they've worked to strengthen and expand the institutions of American democracy. It's important, too, to note that on a lot of these issues, even while there are these very intense partisan fights, and we're all part of them or seeing them, there's actually at times coming together around some of these. Automatic voter registration has been passing increasingly with bipartisan majorities in the states because it expands the electorate, but it also improves the administration of our elections. Ending felony disenfranchisement is something that has brought the religious conservatives and voting rights activists together. So there even now can be common ground on this, recognizing it's inevitably going to be political. But you're right, the difference has been that the Democrats have not always emphatically addressed these issues when they've had the chance.
Mr. Walden, I use the term, sadly, that it seems that our democracy is being hijacked. I mean, if you look at all the things that you're talking about today, voting, when you look at the efforts on the part of Republicans to stop the president from presenting his nominee for the Supreme Court, I could go down the line, I mean, over and over again, Citizens United, hijacking of a democracy. And you're right, we have to have an offensive defense, And so I really thank you, and I thank you for the work that you do, because that research helps us in Congress to make our arguments, and helps a lot of other people. So I want to thank everybody at the Brennan Center and let them know that we do listen and read what you put out. All right?
Well, you're very kind, and they're watching, so
good.
They will hear it.
Good. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Reich is about to, he's going to be, because of technical difficulties, he's going to just be calling in. There will be no questions, all right? Joining us by phone is Secretary Robert Reich, Chancellor's Professor of Public Policy at the University of California at Berkeley and Senior Fellow at the Blum Center for Developing Economies. Secretary Reich served as Secretary of Labor during the Clinton administration. He is a founding editor of the American Prospect magazine, chairman of Common Cause, a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and co-creator of the award-winning documentary, Equality for All. Dr. Rice, thank you very much for being with us.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be there, and you members of the committee, I very much appreciate the work you are doing. I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, and I'm even sorrier we will not be able to engage in a discussion, but let me just put a couple of ideas and points on the table for your consideration. As many of you know, confidence in our political process has declined considerably over the years. Much of that decline is due to concern about, money corrupting that political process. One Gallup poll that I was struck by, in 1964, just 29% of voters believed the government was, quote, run by a few big interests looking out for themselves, unquote. By 2013, that opinion had grown to 79% of Americans agreeing. And in fact, just a year ago, a Rasmussen poll, 63% thought most members of Congress were willing to sell their votes for either cash or a campaign contribution, and 59% thought that it likely that their own representative already had. So I can't stress to you the importance of not only changing public perceptions, but also changing the basis for these perceptions. I mean, wealthy people have accounted for a growing share of contributions to candidates from both parties. The data I have show that starting in 1980, the amounts of political contributions by the richest 1/100th of 1%, 100th, the richest, I'm talking about the richest 1/100th of 1%, rose faster than their incomes. In 1980, the top 100th 1% accounted for 10% of total campaign contributions. By the last presidential election of 2012, they accounted for 40% of all contributions to federal elections. That's the top 1/100th of 1% by income. Basically, there are three steps, in my view, that are most important here, and I'm going to list them in order of importance. Number one, reversing the Supreme Court's Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission decision and its progeny. I do not support litmus tests for Supreme Court nominees, but I believe the next president should nominate justices committed to reversing Citizens United. Now, theoretically, the court's ruling could be reversed through a constitutional amendment, and I'm in favor of seeking such amendment, but only by way of votes in Congress and state legislatures. The convening of a national convention to amend the Constitution, incidentally, something the United States has never done, although the Constitution permits it, would, in my view, pose unnecessary risks of a runaway convention. The second step, I think that we ought to be pushing, and the Democratic Party ought to be strongly behind, is public financing of general elections for president and for Congress, based on a simple formula by which the government would match dollar for dollar small donor contributions made to any candidate who agrees to abide by overall spending limits on large donor contributions. Government matching dollars would be financed by a small, say, $15 checkoff on income tax returns, indicating that the filer would like that sum earmarked for public financing. We've had a similar process in the past, but we have not gone high enough in terms of the government funding, and there's no reason that that fund should not be large enough to attract almost every candidate and make it profitable in terms of that candidate's viable candidacy to opt into that public financing program. The third step is full disclosure of all sorts of campaign funding, and that's regardless of whether those funds are passed through nonprofit organizations or through corporate entities or both. The Disclose Act goes a long way toward achieving this end, but it doesn't go far enough. In addition, the SEC should require all corporations to disclose campaign contributions made directly to a campaign or to a super PAC or passed through to a campaign nonprofit. I have about a minute left. I also want to suggest to the committee that you put into the platform the necessity of stopping or at least slowing the revolving door between government and private industry or lobbying organizations. It's revolving faster than ever. In the 1970s, for example, only about 3% of retiring members of Congress went on to become Washington lobbyists. In recent years, it's been about half of all retiring senators, and 42% of all retiring representatives have turned to lobbying, regardless of party affiliation. And this, again, I think helps erode public confidence in the system being responsive to the public rather than to corporations, Wall Street, or wealthy individuals. And it's similar with the executive branch. The revolving door between Wall Street and the White House and the Treasury is particularly troublesome, especially the public's deep concern about Wall Street's financial and political power. So I would suggest a very strict two-year interval between high-level government service and employment in lobbying or in private industry, and a similarly strict two-year interval between serving as a top executive or director of a corporation or a major Wall Street bank and serving at a top-level position in the executive branch of the federal government. Look, I recognize that reforming our system to reduce the influence of big money is, it's a large and difficult undertaking under the best of circumstances. And it's especially difficult at a time when income and wealth have become so concentrated. But As many of you know, we did it as a nation under very similar circumstances in terms of widening inequality in 1901, 1902, and 1903, and those initiatives had sustained impact for many, many years. We can draw many lessons from the progressive era, not the least about the possibilities of limiting the power of big money. And I think the Democratic Party, if it stands for anything, ought to stand for enriching and enlarging the voices of average working people and average people in the United States overall, rather than drowning out those voices. So thank you for your time. Thank you for what you're doing. I wish we had the ability to communicate. But if you do have any questions for me, my email address is rreich, R-R-E-I-C-H, @berkeley.edu. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Thank you very much. It was extremely helpful. Bye-bye now.
Okay, bye-bye.
Our next witness is Linda Lopez, who heads Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti's Office of Immigrant Affairs. The office serves as a one-stop shop for immigrants, as well as to provide a link to other services that are available. Welcome, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
I am the Chief of the Office of Immigrant Affairs for Mayor Eric Garcetti, and today I will be providing remarks on the importance of citizenship for the Democratic platform. But first, let's start with the facts. Today, there are over 9 million lawful permanent residents in the United States who are not yet citizens. And I think we should do everything possible to encourage these individuals to naturalize, to go through the citizenship process, and become full-fledged members of our vibrant democracy. Think about it. That would be 9 million more people who can vote in elections, serve on juries, run for elected office themselves, and serve our country when needed. We also know from research that naturalized citizens tend to be among the most civically engaged members of our communities. Our goal should be more civic engagement, more democratic participation, and a greater ability to affect positive change in our communities, and that is what citizenship brings. Just a few months ago, I witnessed the power of mobilizing lawful permanent residents as they came to a mega citizenship workshop in LA to obtain assistance in their application. Many of them waited in line for hours, and we were able to only process about 1,000 people that day. 1,000 people committed to becoming part of the fabric of our country. I was fortunate enough to talk to them and ask them why they were taking that step, because many of them have been in this country for more than 15 years. For many, it was about the presidential election, wanting their voices to be heard and to have a permanent right to be here without fear of deportation. It was an important reminder of why we need to continue to keep the lines of communication open, wide open, that we must continue to create partnerships with local community-based organizations, volunteers, lawyers, to ensure that people have access to those resources and services to help them become citizens. But it was also a reminder that it takes a village to truly reach people who oftentimes view this process as complex and cost prohibitive. That day was an incredible example of why we need to continue as a nation to promote citizenship and why it should be an integral part of our democratic ethos. Simply put, it's about bringing people in, engaging them, and then inspiring those who have the most to gain to act. And nationally, we know that there's been an uptick, particularly among the Latino community, to enroll as citizens and to become voters in this presidential election, because we know that the stakes are too high. In fact, we've seen an unprecedented increase in the number of applications submitted to USCIS, with a 28% jump from 2015 to 2016 for the first quarter. We, the Democratic Party, need to build on this momentum, because unfortunately, not everyone understands the importance of becoming a citizen. Research suggests that there are many reasons why they delay, whether it's the cost of the application, as Representative Gutierrez just mentioned, a loss of self-efficacy or a fear of the test itself. It is clear we still have a long way to go to convert millions of people into becoming citizens. But we have the platform, and the tools to overcome these barriers. We are the party that breaks down those barriers. And now I want to quickly share a personal story, if you would indulge me, as a way to really illustrate how barriers can literally put a stop to that dream of becoming a citizen. Take my own father, an immigrant from Ecuador who worked as a mechanic and came to the United States in the 1960s. On a recent visit, we were discussing my work, and I asked him what made him decide to become a citizen, and what was it like 30 years ago? To my dismay, he responded in Spanish and said, "Mija, no soy ciudadano." He's not a citizen. He never became a citizen. And for me, I was really shocked to learn that my own father had only a green card and that he never became a citizen. I asked him why, and he told me that he completed the application, had prepared for the exam 30 years ago, and didn't become a citizen for one reason. He got to the counter and he was asked to pay for a fee. He didn't have the money to pay it, and he decided that day he was okay being a green card holder. I share this story because it is the story of many people I have talked to in my own work on the ground. This story is not unique and raises many questions about the accessibility of citizenship. We hear his story hundreds of times, and it has inspired us to act, to be creative, to use resources on the ground, and to create accessible programs in cities like Los Angeles. To close these gaps in citizenship acquisition, we have created an innovative citizenship program to provide those in financial need access to loans through local credit unions. We've created citizenship resource centers in 73 public libraries where people can now access information on citizenship. And we've also trained librarians on where to seek services for local nonprofits, including instituting ESL courses to provide one-on-one assistance in workshop settings on how to prepare for the exam. Additionally, we've launched a historic campaign to mobilize 100,000 lawful permanent residents to attend one of our more than 200 plus citizenship workshops. What is needed are resources and educational outreach to carry out a message about the importance of citizenship. And in my own experience working on citizenship and its promotion, there are a few key areas that I think the federal government and the party can advocate for in the future. First, we ought to promote a national awareness campaign that educates the population about these issues, that can filter into every corner of the country. Second, we need to invest in additional grants to local service providers who are experts in assisting individuals to navigate that citizenship process. Third, we also need to create investment in ESL courses to help immigrants who are lawful permanent residents gain the English language skills that they need to thrive. Fourth, we need to make naturalization more affordable by making more fee waivers available as we work towards lowering costs across the board. And fifth, we need to better coordinate between the federal government agencies that oversee the citizenship process and policies and state and local agencies that work directly with individuals. Through these collective efforts, combined with our party's leadership and vision, I know we can play a part in making a real difference in the lives of immigrants all across America. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide these remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Thank you. Ms. Lopez, let me say this. We're going to have one question from Mr. Gutierrez, but I can tell you, you're sitting here with probably the greatest advocate for immigration that I know, Mr. Gutierrez. In the Congress, he is without a doubt the conscience of the House and the Senate. And it's an honor to serve with him. He won't have a question.
Thank you very much. I want you to give our best regards to Mayor Garcetti and to thank him for being a national leader on helping the integration of immigrants from all over the world. So I want you to make sure you let him know that we recognize. I'm going to thank Chairman Cummings for his very kind words. And so I'm going to continue working with you in Chicago and across the country to encourage people to become citizens. And I'm just going to take 15 seconds so you understand. So I'm a child of the Voting Rights Act. No Voting Rights Act, no Civil Rights Act, no Luis Gutierrez. But when I first ran for Congress in 1992, my district was a creation of the Voting Rights Act. So it was 65% Latino, but we were only 40% of the registered voters. So I had to make a decision in 1992 to spend most of my money communicating with non-Hispanics, because non-Hispanics were going to determine who the first Hispanic congressional candidate to Congress were going to be. There were 60% non-Hispanics of the register. I just want to say that 50,000 citizens later, Latinos are now 60% of the registered voters in the 4th Congressional District. So citizenship is voting rights, is civil rights, because the only way you're going to get them to vote is to help them become. So I want to say thank you again, and I know together we're going to reduce. Thank you, Linda, so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Congressman Gutierrez, for all your leadership. I've seen you traveling the country and, you know, really mobilizing the community and people who are really interested in becoming citizens, and your true leadership in that area has been remarkable, and I thank you as well for your leadership. Thank you.
Go Ecuador.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's strong, brother.
Lisa Bornstein is the legal director and senior legal advisor for the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. Ms. Bornstein has worked with the Leadership Council for 8 years, during which time she has championed their commitment to promoting and protecting the civil and human rights of all persons in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. I'm delighted to lend the voice of the Leadership Conference to this important endeavor. The Leadership Conference is the nation's premier civil and human rights coalition, charged by its diverse membership of over 200 national organizations to promote and protect the civil and human rights of all persons in the U.S. The Leadership Conference is committed to building an America that is as good as its ideals, and the right to vote is fundamental to attaining and preserving those ideals. The right to vote is not a privilege reserved for the few, it's essential to our democracy, and it is the language of our democracy. When Americans' voices are silenced, unable to register because of onerous and outdated registration requirements, unable to vote because they do not have the required form of identification, they have been purged from the voter rolls, or they have a previous criminal conviction, or unable to have a meaningful representation because of the outsized influence of money in politics, or because they reside in the District of Columbia, our country loses and our democracy is weakened. 1 week from today, on June 25th, will mark the 3rd anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County versus Holder, which struck at the heart of the Voting Rights Act when it struck down the formula used to determine which states would be covered by the preclearance provision, Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. Because Shelby removed federal oversight and transparency requirements, countless voting laws have changed without public notice or scrutiny. More than half of the states once covered by Section 5 will have new statewide voting restrictions in place for the first time in a presidential election this year. These expanding restrictions, the lack of protections and accountability, combined with a rapidly growing and diversifying electorate, have created a perfect storm for voter discrimination. The Leadership Conference yesterday released a report called Warning Signs, the potential impact of Shelby County versus Holder on the 2016 general election. The report documents 5 states with competitive elections in this upcoming year and identifies voter discrimination occurring in those states in the aftermath of Shelby. In North Carolina, the monster voter suppression bill, HB 589. In Florida, voter purges targeting naturalized citizens and English-only elections. In Virginia, restrictive voter laws and limits on community-based registration. And in Arizona, right here, in Maricopa County, where 60% of Arizona's minority population lives, polling places numbered 400 in 2008 were cut to 60 during this state's recent primary. And while statewide there's an average of 1,500 eligible voters per polling place, in Maricopa County it's 21,000 eligible voters per polling place. The significance of the protections lost after Shelby County cannot be minimized. Although the days of poll taxes, literacy tests, and brutal physical intimidation are behind us, numerous, repeated, and deeply disturbing instances of discrimination and disenfranchisement of voters of color continue to this day, compelling the need for swift action to restore the effectiveness of the Voting Rights Act. one of the most successful pieces of civil rights legislation this country has seen, the Voting Rights Act has always enjoyed broad bipartisan support. Chief Justice Roberts, in the Shelby decision, invited Congress to redraft Section 5. And currently, there are 2 bipartisan proposals, both in the House and the Senate, to do just that. But House and Senate leadership and Judiciary Committees, chairs of both House and Senate, have refused to consider any legislation. The VRA has been incredibly successful at protecting minority voters from discrimination, in large part because of Section 5. The Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County has now put at risk the very progress it used to justify its opinion. Without action, decades of progress in combating racial discrimination in our electoral system are now at risk. In addition to this direct and blatant effort to take the vote away from voters of color, there is another insidious effort to restrict the voices of minority voters. The outsized influence of big money in campaigns operates to ensure that a small number of wealthy donors and special interests have an oversized voice, that potential candidates of color are thwarted from mounting an effective campaign, and that the vast majority of community members are not adequately represented. For too long, Americans have failed to see the connection between political expenditures and political outcomes. But elected representatives spend more time raising campaign contributions than legislating. The priorities of Congress and state assemblies are driven less by the will of the people and more by the will of what donors ask. And women and people of color have a harder time accessing the huge sums necessary to run for office and challenge those in power. We must ensure that all constituents are represented by those they elect, that candidates can spend time focusing on the needs of all of their constituents, and that a broader, more diverse group of citizens can engage in the political process as constituents and as candidates. The size of your paycheck should not impact the volume of your political voice. Our campaign finance system is skewed to ensure the rich stay powerful and the powerful stay rich. The system is unfair, inaccessible, and undemocratic. We must decouple economic power from political power and ensure a campaign finance system that allows all voices access to their representatives and all interested advocates the ability to run for office. Voting is a national right, not a partisan privilege. We must ensure that all in our community are able to participate in the democratic process regardless of zip code, proficiency in English, campaign contribution level, or past criminal conviction. Our country's long march toward a more perfect union is a longer, more arduous journey than most Americans believe. An electoral and political process more inclusive of the diverse voices that constitutes today's America can greatly further our path toward justice and equality for all. Thank you for inviting me to speak before the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you. David Donnelly. Thank you. David Donnelly has worked 20 years fighting against money in politics, to organizing and advocacy. He has managed or consulted on 6 winning campaigns for state policy and pioneered electoral and accountability campaigns on the issue. Let me just remind the witnesses and the members of the committee. Again, the longer the statement of the witness means I've got to restrict the questions. So I'm begging the witnesses to be short, summary, because I'd like, if members have questions, they'll be able to ask them. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also want to thank the Platform Committee for the opportunity to speak here today. And I particularly appreciate the holistic approach to issues of democracy, that it's not one silver bullet that will solve the problems that ail our democracy, but it takes a comprehensive approach. As part of that comprehensive approach, I encourage you to include a bold, comprehensive proposal to reduce the influence of money in politics and to commit to work to advance that platform in every possible way in the next administration. Americans want people who look like them to be able to run for office and serve in office. People like Tish James, New York City's public advocate, and the first African-American woman elected citywide. Or Deb Simpson, a single mom and a waitress who served several terms in Maine's state legislature. Or Steve Gallardo here in Arizona. What they all have in common is they all have run for office when they had the option to rely solely on small donations and limited public funds, not big money donors or super PACs. Mark Hanna, the Gilded Age political boss, once said, There are two important things in politics. The first is money, and I can't remember the second. The second, of course, is the people. But even those of us who remember the second part often forget to talk about it when it comes to the issue of money in politics. Too often we make the problem complicated by citing chapter and verse of Supreme Court decisions or regulations from an alphabet soup of agencies. We speak in cataclysmic terms, pointing to avalanches of special interest money or tsunamis of super PAC spending, billionaires buying elections. None of these stories include regular people or hope or progress. The conversation we have in this country about money and politics too often makes everyday people feel that it has nothing to do with them and that the solutions are too distant. That's wrong. Winning solutions have everything to do with the people, and people are beginning to mobilize and organize for change. Our bedrock belief in our democracy as a nation is that we create a government in our image, a government of, by, and for the people, not just the funders of campaigns, all of us. That's the promise of democracy. We strive for a more perfect union, never finished, just more perfect, always marching forward. The good news is that on the issue of money in politics, we know that there are working, concrete policy answers that make our democracy more perfect by encouraging lots of participation. The better news is that these solutions are popular with Americans of all political stripes. They are supported by both Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, as well as a supermajority of Democratic elected officials in the House and Senate. And the entire reform community is unified in support of a comprehensive package of reforms. Every voice in a dozen leading democracy reform organizations drafted a Fight Big Money agenda based on 5 principles. Everyone participates, everyone has a voice, everyone knows who's funding campaigns, everyone plays by common sense rules, and everyone is held accountable for bad behavior. While each piece is important and there are no silver bullets, any reform package that fails to include a small donor policy is one that won't fundamentally alter the way elections are financed. These policies are popular for the same reasons Bernie Sanders' $27 donation applause line was popular. They both place participation by ordinary people at the core. They say everyone matters in politics, and when small donor policies are put to the test, they win by wide margins. Last November, 55% of voters in Maine and 63% of voters in Seattle said yes to small donor programs. Now, passing this nationally, some will say, is a pipe dream, but we say it's already or soon to be the law of the land in a growing number of cities, counties, and states, including here in Arizona. It should be included as a component of a comprehensive policy as part of the Democratic National Committee's platform. And as part of that platform, the party should adopt and make explicit that the time for talk on this issue is over. We urge that the platform include a call to action on this issue through executive orders, appointments, engaging Americans, introducing legislation in the first early days of the new administration, and working on this issue in other ways, large and small. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you. I want to thank you for your testimony and know and say this to you and to Mr. Bornstein and others. And Dr. Zogby talked about this a little bit yesterday. As we listened to all of the information, we realized that we have no choice but to pull all this together and go forward. And we know that we can create a platform that reflects the very things that you talked about. Because a large part of what the American people are feeling is that they've been left out. That's right. And many of them feel that nobody cares. And again, that synchronization of what they need and what they want to our platform, we have got to make that happen. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next witness. David. We have a Skype presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us by Skype is Judith Brown Dianis, the Executive Director of the Advancement Project, a multiracial civil rights organization founded in 1999. Ms. Dianis has an extensive background in civil rights litigation, advocacy in the areas of voting, education, housing, and employment. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Cummings. and to the Platform Committee. My name is Judith Brown-Dianis, and I'm Executive Director of the National Racial Justice Organization Advancement Project. We exist to fulfill America's promise for a more just democracy. Today, I'd like to outline attacks on democracy. The struggle to secure the right to vote remains a persistent challenge. Over the course of the last several years, we've witnessed the continued erosion and undermining of the right to vote. Since the founding of this country, the struggle for the right to vote has been inextricably linked to race. Even when gains were made, communities of color faced intense backlash because the right to vote confers power. While the Voting Rights Act of 1965 increased political participation for African Americans and Latinos, politicians intent on maintaining power have consistently worked to erect barriers to the ballot box for communities of color. Take voter ID, for example. As many as 11% of Americans, more than 21 million individuals, do not have government-issued photo ID. 25% of African Americans, voting-age citizens, or 5.5 million African Americans, do not have current government photo ID, compared to 8% of white voting-age citizens. 16% of Latino voting-age citizens, or about 3 million Latinos, do not have it. In Pennsylvania, where Advancement Project successfully challenged voter ID in court, GOP officials admitted that their motive was not about voter fraud, it was about winning an election at the expense of the right to vote. One of the most pernicious barriers to voting is the stripping of voting rights of persons with felony convictions. These post-Reconstruction era laws continue to have a devastating effect on Black communities, ravaged by the failed war on drugs and mass incarceration. Whole neighborhoods are stripped of political voice as a result. Nearly 5.8 million American citizens are blocked from participating in elections by these laws. That includes over 2.5 million people who are no longer incarcerated. An estimated 2.2 million African Americans are disenfranchised. In states with these laws, it's estimated that as many as 40% of Black men may be permanently stripped of their right to vote. Further, in 2016, we will mark the first presidential elections in 50 years without the full protections of the Voting Rights Act. Since the decision in Shelby County versus Holder, 73% of covered jurisdictions passed restrictive laws. Our democracy is under attack in ways that imperil voters of color. It is imperative that the DNC platform include a commitment to reinstate the preclearance provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Further, the DNC must support efforts like those underway in Florida and in Virginia to end felony disenfranchisement schemes that silence communities ravaged by an unjust criminal justice system, and aggressively fight proposals that make it harder to vote, like unnecessary voter ID laws. Finally, we need a constitutional amendment for a right to vote. Most Americans find it hard to believe that the U.S. Constitution and our Bill of Rights do not explicitly affirm nor guarantee the right to vote. Tomorrow is Juneteenth, a day to commemorate emancipation. The time has come to undo the compromise our founders made to protect slavery and enshrine the right to vote in our Constitution. An amendment will protect voters over politicians by mandating compelling reasons for voting restrictions, and it will give voters confidence by establishing national standards for administration of elections. Right now, we have an assortment of inconsistent practices across more than 13,000 local voting jurisdictions. The right to vote should be tied to national citizenship, not to state citizenship. I applaud the DNC's Executive Committee for its past resolution supporting a right to vote amendment and urge this body to include it in the 2016 platform. As you can see by my remarks, we clearly have much to do, and I would like to submit further written comments for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Molly Drzynski, Greenpeace. Ms. Dzinski is the media director at Greenpeace, where she has worked since 2008 to reach out to the community and inform them about environmental issues. She spent several months in the Gulf region after the BP Deepwater Horizon spill and helped journalists gain access to spill sites and nearby islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for inviting Greenpeace to testify on behalf of our 30 million global supporters. Addressing climate change in the 21st century is a matter of survival. It threatens our health, our safety, our security, and our food and water resources. In this important election year, Greenpeace has turned to what we have identified as one of the root causes of our inability to act on climate change: a broken but fixable political system that takes power from the people and puts it into the hands of a few wealthy individuals and corporations. The combination of the restriction of voting rights and the outsized influence of money in politics has caused a crisis in our democracy. Make no mistake, the fossil fuel industry will never have the interests of the American people at heart. It has been recently revealed that Exxon has known the danger of climate change for 30 years, even as it continued to fund politicians who pushed for fossil fuel policies that protected its interests while harming the American people. The Koch brothers and their network will spend over $500 million in this election. Voters are concerned about the access that money can buy. Someone who approaches their Congress member saying they are a donor is 4 times more likely to get a meeting than someone who doesn't. This spring, at a mass mobilization in DC called Democracy Awakening, the progressive movement came together to risk arrest on the Capitol steps to ask for a democracy that is truly of, by, and for the people. Unions, the NAACP, Greenpeace, and others stood together with a commitment to fix underlying causes of our stalled progress on shared issues. We must stand together to take a few key steps that will ensure the Democratic Party reflects the will of the people. I'm asking you to commit to the following: push to overturn Citizens United to stop the flow of unlimited money to super PACs and dark money groups. Restore voting rights through the support of the Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Voter Empowerment Act. Commit to the refusal of contributions from all lobbyists, as President Obama did when he campaigned in 2008. Support the Government by the People Act and the Fair Elections Now Acts, which are small donor empowerment measures that encourage and amplify small contributions made by everyday Americans. To demonstrate that the Democratic Party will do what it takes to prevent climate change and to show you're above the influence of these fossil fuel interests, we're also asking for an immediate halt to leasing public lands and waters for fossil fuel extraction, local, state, and federal policies to stop fracking and fully account for the climate impacts of natural gas production, a commitment to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for their role in deceiving the public and investors about climate change and blocking climate solutions. Not only are these steps necessary for protecting democracy, but they're necessary for a successful candidacy for the president. Greenpeace commissioned a poll from the Feldman Group focusing on millennials in key swing states: Colorado, Ohio, Florida, and Pennsylvania. This key demographic of voters ranked big money in politics as one of their top 3 issues, alongside jobs in the economy and national security. Young voters want candidates who are free from the influence of special interests. A plurality of these voters, 44%, thinks that money in politics affects Republicans and Democrats equally, despite outsized contributions on the Republican side. Democrats can take the high ground while winning over young voters and transforming the system. Banks and oil companies were listed by 75% of these voters as being the most harmful to the democratic process. There's a strong appetite for a party that prioritizes climate change and rejects special interest money, and strong incentives for candidates that take these steps. These voters are the future of the party, and the party must act on the issues that they care about. Here in the room today, each of you has the power to make sure the direction of the Democratic Party is centered in integrity, equal participation, and the public good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Wendy Fields. Ms. Fields recently joined the Democracy Initiative Education Fund as Interim Executive Director. The Democracy Initiative is dedicated to public education for member organizations about the necessity of broader democracy reform. Previously, Ms. Fields spent 17 years with the United Automobile Workers in Detroit, Michigan. Thank you, and welcome.
Good afternoon. Let me thank the members of the DNC Platform Drafting Committee and for allowing me to speak on behalf of 30 million members of the Democracy Initiative. Groups like the Sierra Club, Greenpeace, Communication Workers, Common Cause, NAACP, and the AFL-CIO. Our democracy is under siege. The political system is overwhelmed by wealthy donors and corporate money, and the fundamental democratic value of one person, one vote is under attack in states across this country. The 59 organizations that have united under the Democracy Initiative, representing civil rights, labor, voting rights, environmental, democracy, and other like-minded organizations, bring together voices who know that we must break free from our individual issue silos to build a movement sufficiently powerful to create the long-term change our democracy requires and our constituents demand. Combining the power of organizations that work on money and politics with those that focus on voting rights and linking these issues together boosts the prospects for winning on both. To not do so would be the equivalent of tying one hand behind our backs. We collectively understand that achieving success in civil rights, climate change, women's rights, workers' rights, racial and economic inequality, the very same issues that will be reflected in the platform of this party, and positions on which candidates will run are all inextricably linked to the victories on core issues of democracy. We are calling for an end to the corrupting influence of corporate money in politics, preventing, yes, Representative Ellison, the systematic manipulation and suppression of voters, and addressing other barriers to significant reform, like the Senate filibuster rules, which the nation witnessed played a key role in our democratic process just this week. There are two obvious truths about the increased threats to the fundamental principles of political equity in this country: the rise in the systematic voter suppression and disenfranchisement, and the massive influx of big money in American politics. While there is no one silver bullet to reinvigorate our democracy or expand our democracy, we all know well that there are a suite of comprehensive reforms and fixes that could breathe life back into our democracy, and none of them work alone. Many have come before me, and many will come after me, and talk about the specific policies we must include in the platform. A few highlights: we need strong disclosure laws. No one should be allowed to secretly funnel money to and elect officials who will then grant contracts. We need to implement the recommendations of the Bipartisan Presidential Commission to make registering to vote simple, easy, and modern. We need citizen-funded elections. Yes, a reflective democracy today is required. We need pass the Democracy for All Amendment to overturn Citizens United. And we need to just simply restore the Voting Rights Act. But let me add this critical point. The next president of the United States must have the political will to use their political capital to join with us and mobilize millions of Americans into a powerful movement that will force action on money in politics and voting reforms in Congress, in our state legislators, and in our city councils. We need a pro-people, pro-community platform from both political parties. We applaud you and your efforts to recognizing this problem, but what we truly need is action that demonstrates that fixing our threatened democracy is a top priority, and that priority will be reflected in the choices you make as to where to invest those resources. We all know the problem, and we all know the solution. We know that we have a broad political force is building in this country to create change. Actions are already underway. They've been taken in Oregon, West Virginia on automatic voting. We're seeing same-day registration, public financing in Seattle, Maine, and Montgomery County, Maryland. And we are committed to building on that change. And what we, the American people, need now is a major commitment of this next president and the Democratic Party leadership to invest the political will and resources necessary to win, and to make clear that the president and elected officials supported by the party and accountable to the voters will not rest until that is accomplished. And yes, I hailed from Michigan, and I want to say to you, Representative Cummings, you can't go without talking about democracy without talking about Flint. And I want to appreciate your efforts on the recent hearing and say, yes, we are better than this, and the people are demanding better than this.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. There has been quite a bit of mention of Flint throughout these proceedings. I will be in Michigan on Saturday night for it. But we will not let that go. We as a party, because we just cannot have a society that allows collateral damage. And just the idea that 10,000 children could be poisoned and harmed, not till tomorrow, but until they die. We cannot have that, and we're going to keep pushing and pushing hard. Congressman Ellison, and then Mr. Gunnels. You didn't have anything? Congressman Ellison.
Two quick questions. First one is, what is your position on emergency manager laws for insolvency? Are these undemocratic? Does the necessity of the moment override considerations of democracy, as some have argued? That's my first question. My second question is, in the short term, okay, we got voter suppression, we got all this bad stuff that we know that we got to change, and I'm all for it. But what should the Democratic Party say about just prioritizing voter turnout? Even if we're getting blocked in these other legal ways, should we just look at this as a legal matter, or is there some advocacy that we should and can do in the short term?
Okay, let me take the first one and say the initiative has no position on the emergency manager, but it should be reformed. In my opinion, very clear, it should be reformed. In no day in this planet should anybody have their democracy eliminated because they live in poverty. And in that state, let's talk about tax reform. Let's talk about rebuilding and investment. Let's talk about where some of the best jobs in this country were, and let's get back to that. So that's my first passionate appeal. What can we do? You are absolutely right. This is not about litigation. We didn't win the civil rights battle on litigation. We are not going to win. We are going to win when we have those reflective folks in Congress and in the state capitals. I think it's very simple. I think if you can pass, we have to restore faith in government, which means bills have to pass. Look, I've done GOTV in many urban cities across this country. And when you knock on a door and you tell people they got to come vote, they want to say why. It is time to step up and deliver. Delivering on the promise of democracy is the point here. And when we can look our brothers and sisters in the eye, regardless of black, Latino, young women, what do I say to my two young women? So I think same-day registration, getting out there, really thinking about what we're passing legislatively. Inequality, racial inequality must be on the forefront. Really being there on the ground. I can say that, and there are, the Black Lives Matter movement, there's a movement afoot. There's a climate change movement afoot. They can register. They are registering people to vote, but we have to commit to them that we're going to deliver for them, not just take that vote. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Robert Weissman has led Public Citizen since 2009. In addition to his role at Public Citizen, Mr. Weissman works as a staunch public interest advocate and activist, as well as an expert on a wide variety of issues ranging from corporate accountability and government transparency to economic and regulatory policy. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thanks to the committee for your leadership, and Thank you for your stamina. America will not solve its greatest problems if we don't rescue our democracy. Those problems, from severe inequality to catastrophic climate change, we're not going to get there if we don't deal with the democratic deficit. Americans agree on a progressive agenda. They want to raise the minimum wage. They want to stop corporate-oriented trade deals. They want to get tougher on Wall Street. They want to break up the big banks. They want to expand Social Security. They want to close corporate tax loopholes and make the rich pay more. They want to make sure Medicare can negotiate drug prices. They want to deal with the pressing environmental problems of the day. They support much tougher enforcement against corporate wrongdoers. But we don't move on those things because of the political power of the corporate class and the exclusion of millions of voters from the political process. I want to talk about that democratic agenda today, focusing not so much on the voting rights agenda, which has to be part of a comprehensive plan, but on the money and politics issues. As my written testimony goes into some detail in explaining, our current campaign finance system empowers the corporate class to determine both who wins elections, who runs for elections, and what kind of policies this country ends up with. Just taking one piece of that and elaborating on what Secretary Reich said earlier, the dominance of the super rich in the political process is insufficiently appreciated. It's not just a few people, it's a very, very tiny number of people. The top 0.01% of the population is responsible for 40% of campaign contributions. If we look at super PACs, the top 100 individuals, 100 people, responsible for 60% of the money that goes to super PACs year over year. And through the first half of 2015, 158 families were responsible for half of the money that went into the presidential election. So we're not talking about Guatemala, we're talking about an oligarchy emerging in the United States of America. Not surprisingly, the American people are furious at this situation and are demanding change. In fact, there's unanimity on this question. In the New York Times poll, analysts report the debate really is over whether the system needs fundamental change or whether it has to be completely rebuilt. That's the only thing that people differ about. The good news is also, however, that by overwhelming margins, Americans aren't just upset, they agree on the need for change and on what those solutions should be. Now, it turns out to be not just politically smart, but politically necessary to deal with both campaign finance and voter suppression issues with a broad democracy agenda. What Stan Greenberg and other pollsters are telling us is Americans now have so much distrust of government and believe the system is so corrupt that unless politicians lead with a reform agenda, they won't listen to the rest of the progressive agenda that might be put forward. So it has to be made front and center in the Democratic Party platform. Now, the substance of that, as David Donnelly mentioned, is consensed around both on the money and politics side through the Fighting Big Money agenda, which is attached to my testimony and is the product of all the leading national reform groups, as well as on the voting rights side with reform of the Voting Rights Amendment, the Voting Empowerment Act, and automatic voter registration. But beyond the substance, I think it's important to think about what characteristics are important of a democracy agenda. First, it has to be comprehensive. Americans are not going to be satisfied with peaceful reform because they get how bad the situation is. Second, a democracy agenda has to elevate big and bold ideas, starting with a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United, and also including public financing, small donor empowerment. Third, also, however, the democracy reform platform has to include measures that are winnable and deliverable without congressional action, because Americans have to see that actual progress is possible on these issues. Fourth, in my view, the Democratic Party should consider unilaterally adopting measures to at least govern how it conducts its own primaries. Not unilaterally disarming against Republicans, but in own primaries, looking at measures to deal with some of the worst abuses of the post-Citizens United era. And fifth, and crucially, the platform must demonstrate a sense of urgency and evidence specific commitments that telegraph to the American people that we are serious about this issue and serious about taking steps to deal with it. That it is a priority and it's not just talk. That the party must say we're making specific promises to take rapid action in areas in our power to advance the democracy agenda. Now, I list a bunch of things that I think would evidence that, but perhaps most important is a commitment to introduce within the first 100 days of a new administration a democracy legislative package and to make passage of that package a priority within the first term of the new Democratic president. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you were speaking, I couldn't help but think about some questions that came up yesterday with some of our young people. It's clear that our young people get it, and they're getting it more and more. And if we're not careful, they're going to outdistance a whole lot of people in both parties. And that is so very refreshing to know that they are there and making a difference. But as I listened to you, a number of things that you were talking about, it's the same thing that they were talking about. Mr. McGibbs.
I was intrigued. One of the perennial problems here is, you know, we say the right thing, and then people run for office using the old methods. And that's one of the things that causes the cynicism. Can you expand on the idea for what, at least in the primaries, Democrats might do that would allow them to differentiate and demonstrate what proper campaign conduct might look like? Because that strikes me as one possible way to square that circle.
Yeah, there are a number of possible measures, and I elaborate on them in my written testimony. I mean, one example would be to do the People's Pledge, which was innovated by Elizabeth Warren and Scott Brown in their Massachusetts Senate race, where they both committed to refuse outside spending on their behalf. And they said, look, if outside groups come in and spend on our behalf, we'll offset that with charitable contributions from our own campaigns. And it worked. The outside groups more or less stayed out, at least on advertising. It didn't cover grassroots mobilization activity. And as a result, that was an expensive race, but it was a less negative race, and it was a more engaged race, and as it happened, it had a good outcome for us. And that's one example, and I think there are a lot of similar things that might be done, including, for example, at least refusing lobbyist contributions or different industry contributions in the primary election season.
We'll have one more question, and that's with two more, Ms. Tandon and Mr. Gunnels.
Thank you so much. I could not agree more about the priority these set of issues should be. I really want to just ask you a factual question, which is, you talked a lot about you mentioned the 1%'s impact on percentage of elections this cycle, percentage of fundraising this cycle. Do you have a breakdown between Democrats and Republicans on that number, and does it include obviously I assume it assumes super PAC donations as well?
I can get back to you with a firm number. I will say it's characteristic of, it's absolutely inclusive of the super PACs. It obviously excludes the dark money organizations where we don't know who the donors are.
Right.
It is characteristic of both parties. The dark money is overwhelmingly being spent on behalf of Republicans, but super PAC spending is roughly equal between Democrats and Republicans, I believe.
Not this cycle, right?
Well, perhaps not this cycle, but this cycle is maybe a bit of an outlier.
Mr. Gunnels.
Yes, Rob, thank you very much for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Very powerful stuff, and I think we have a lot of work in front of us to restore democracy and to reform our broken campaign finance system. I just wanted to talk to you about a report I think you did a few years ago on the amount of lobbying and campaign contributions that Wall Street made from 1998 to 2009. I think they had spent over $5 billion in lobbying and campaign contributions to deregulate Wall Street, which of course led to the 2008 financial crisis, which cost millions of Americans to lose their jobs, their homes, their life savings. How important do you think it is, if we're going to prevent another financial crisis, to regulate Wall Street, and how much do you believe that if we do not reform our campaign finance system, we could have another financial crisis like we had a few years ago?
Yeah, so in the study you're referencing, we looked at the 10 years prior to the crisis, and we found that Wall Street firms, financial sector, had spent $5 billion on campaign contributions and lobbying, and we connected that to a series of deregulatory measures that are widely understood to have been responsible for the crash. Interestingly, that was actually pretty small compared to what's going on now. So that preceded Citizens United. In the post-Citizens United era, the industry is spending about $1.5 billion a year on lobbying and campaign spending, more or less. So we're looking at least double the amount that we saw in the 10 years prior. And there's no way to understand this issue or climate change or any other issue if you don't look at the money. The reason American people in this area, as in many others, consensus around, appreciate Dodd-Frank, want to do more. And we're not moving forward for reasons that are well understood in Washington and well understood outside of Washington, which is there's too much influence from Wall Street. I should say also, as a final thing on this issue, because it's supremely important for the big picture, there is a very bad synergy between concentration of wealth and concentration of political power, and it centers on Wall Street. The extreme wealth on Wall Street gets translated into political power for Wall Street that is spent to ensure that Wall Street will have perpetual and intensifying and increasing control over more and more share of the national income and wealth.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Reverend Dr. William Barber. We had given Dr. Barber, Reverend Doctor, a opportunity to Skype in, but he has decided that he wanted to be here. And I know that physically it is quite painful for you, sir, physically. But I said physically. I see you looking at me like that. But I know that your heart is here. And Reverend Barber is the pastor of Greenleaf Christian Church, Disciples of Christ in Goldsboro, North Carolina, an architect of the Forward Together moral movement that gained the national acclaim with its Moral Monday protests at the North Carolina General Assembly in 2013. These weekly actions drew tens of thousands of North Carolinians and other moral witnesses to the state legislature. And we thank you for your leadership, and we thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and not as painful as some of the things we're seeing happening in voter suppression. And I'm glad to be here, and Moral Monday has also spread to other states as well now. To all of the members of the committee, and thank both campaigns in this season where we need to come together for calling on me to present today, and for the opportunity to present on the urgency of including voting rights reform in the DNC platform. Immediately restoring and expanding sections 4 and 5 of the Voting Rights Act by passing the Voting Rights Advancement Act, along with legislation to curtail the power of Citizens United, must be the part of the platform to save our democracy from a hostile corporate takeover and build a progressive moral agenda where all voices are valued. In my lifetime, I was born August 30th, 1963, the Voting Rights Act was passed. It was the bloodshed in Selma at the Edmonds-Pettus Bridge that provided the ink and in the pen of history that signed into law the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But today, because of the action of 5 Supreme Court justices and Republican congressional leadership that has refused to do its job, the march of history has regressed, much of the ink has been erased, and the U.S. Attorney General has less power today to enforce voting rights and voting protection than the Attorney General had August 7th, 1965, the day after the signing of the Voting Rights Act. Are we willing to say that the blood on the streets of Selma and across the South was shed in vain? Voter suppression tactics are being passed with abandonment, by aggressiveness by legislators and governors, especially in the South, who no longer worry about the accountability structures of the VRA in place. They are trying to prevent a third Reconstruction from growing into full adulthood. Number 2, next Saturday on June 25th, 2016, the Congress will have, in essence, engaged in a 1,095-day filibuster of voting rights reform in a sustained refusal to fix the Voting Rights Act. This will be 1,094 days longer than Strom Thurmond filibustered the 1957 Civil Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act should not be a partisan issue. It should be a common cause, and at its inception, it was a Republican and a Democrat together that introduced it into Congress. Voting is at the heart of our democracy, and if we do not fix what the flawed Shelby decision did, to nullify the pre-clearance enforcement protections of Section 5. Then, as Fannie Lou Hamer said before the Democratic National Convention, we must all again question America and the state of our democracy. Number 3, this will be the first presidential election since Ms. Hamer spoke out more than 50 years ago without the full protections of the Voting Rights Act. There is no greater example of the impact of new regressive voting rules on voters of color than in North Carolina, which passed the nation's most expansive voter suppression law following the evisceration of the VRA's pre-clearance protection. In fact, the day of, Mr. Chairman, that Shelby was passed, the leader of voter suppression in our state said this, and I quote, "Now that the headache has been removed, we can move forward with the full bill." But North Carolina is not alone. A bevy of voting restrictions have been enacted across the South, especially even as new data shows that by registering 30% of African Americans to vote in the unregistered African Americans to vote in the South, coordinated with the votes of Latinos and progressive whites, we could for the first time in 50 years break open the solid South. My 5th point. Prior to the Shelby decision, 40 counties in North Carolina were covered under the Voting Rights Act and subject to federal pre-clearance requirements, and we still had to fight then, even Democrats. After Shelby, North Carolina passed some of the most restrictive and regressive voting provisions in the country, which is under litigation now in the 4th Circuit. We go to trial this Tuesday on McCory versus North Carolina NAACP. Number 6, its breadth and effect is striking, targeting nearly every aspect of the voting process. It decreases the early voting period by a full week, eliminates same-day voter registration, eliminates out-of-precinct provisional ballots, expands voter challenges at the polls, eliminates pre-registration for 16 and 17-year-olds, eliminates straight party ticket voting, eliminates a state mandate for voter registration in high schools, among other provisions. In short, it eliminates virtually all of the measures that were responsible for expanding voter access over the past 2 decades. And this would not have been possible if we had pre-clearance. We went to trial. Our case included 50 live witnesses and 1 million pages of evidence. We presented uncontroverted data demonstrating the law's disparate impact on voters of color. During the 2012 presidential election, 70% of African Americans who voted did so through early voting. Latinos are registered at lower rates, but they have disproportionately used same-day registration. Although blacks make up a little over 20% of the electorate, 41% use same-day registration. Among registered voters, African Americans are more than twice likely as whites to lack a state-issued photo ID. More than 218,000 voters in North Carolina lack a state-issued ID. Number 7, the lack of courage of this Congress affects the whole nation, but its effects are egregious in the 11 former Confederate states. In these states, you make up 162 electoral votes, 22 U.S. senators, 13 governors, and 31% of the U.S. House. It is still true, if you can control the South, you can go a long ways to controlling the nation. Number 8, let me also note another disturbing fact about this political season. We have had an entire presidential primary campaign asking citizens of these United States to cast their vote, and yet not one presidential debate, Democrat or Republican, on either side has been dedicated to addressing voter suppression, systemic racism as it relates to voting, and calling for full restoration of the Voting Rights Act. Not one on either side. Not one candidate has done a major speech on the Voting Rights Advancement Act. Not one. In a democracy, freedom of speech and the right to protest, equal protection under the law, the right to vote, and the establishment of justice provide the cornerstones of the foundation upon which a society that is for the people must rest. If any is moved, the moral integrity of our democracy must be called into question. Finally, in North Carolina, more than 1,000 citizens have been arrested, black, white, Republican, Democrat, gay, straight, young, old, Hispanic, protesting voter suppression because they understand the connection to voter suppression and suppressing a progressive agenda. In 2014, more than 80,000 people marched on one day in the dead of winter, the largest march since Selma, because they understood that voter suppression is a threat to the heart of our democracy and to every progressive ideal and policy we care about. It is a threat to the legacy and to the future of our children and grandchildren. Let me conclude by appealing to history. A moral tradition is upon the moral tradition upon whose depth and strength we build. This is supposed to be a country made of the people, for the people, and by the people. More than a century ago, our ancestors saw fit and necessary to assert the 15th Amendment. No one shall deny or abridge the right to vote. But this imperfect project didn't end there. More than 50 years ago, Martin Luther King stood in Washington in 1957 to call again for equality at the ballot box. At that time, he said all types of conniving methods are being used to prevent Negroes from becoming registered voters. The denial of this sacred right is a tragic betrayal of the highest mandates of our democratic tradition. Our religious tradition speaks strongly about the disenfranchisement of minorities and the poor. The prophet Isaiah said, "Woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their right." The Quran says, "O you who are faithful, be ever steadfast in your devotion to Allah, bearing witness to the truth in all equity, and never let hatred of anyone lead you into sin, the sin of deviating from justice." And Jesus harshly spoke against hypocrisy and called us to focus on the weightier matters of the law: love, justice, and mercy. So I believe any national platform that does not call for the immediate restoration and expansion of the Voting Rights Act, beginning with, not ending, beginning with the passing of the Voting Rights Act Amendment Act, and any platform that does not champion legislation to undo Citizens United's impact would be morally indefensible and constitutionally inconsistent.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Reverend Barber, in North Carolina,
You're going to get both.
after the election where Kay Hagan lost by less than 2 percentage points, if I remember correctly.
Yes,
It was
sir.
interesting that after the election, with all kinds of shenanigans going on in North Carolina, that everybody just moved on.
Right.
And the impediments had already been baked in the cake. In other words, it's like, let's move on. And then I look at I know not by your organization, I know. But then I look down in Texas, where you have 600,000 people at a minimum not being able to vote, and it's as if, okay, that becomes the norm. And I think all of us agree with you. We cannot allow that to become the norm. We're better than that. And so I will hear from Dr. West.
Thank you so very much. No, testing. No, I just want to say that there's simply no other figure in American culture who is as close to Martin Luther King Jr. as the Reverend Dr. William Barber II. And I think this is very important because we live in a culture in which everybody's for sale. And what I see in Brother Barber is he's got a spiritual integrity, an intellectual subtlety, and a commitment to public life, and he's willing to be faithful unto death, and that's very rare. It's rare among our politicians. It's rare among our public figures. And I say this precisely because making the connection between voter suppression on the one hand, but then the larger agenda that includes the power of Wall Street, includes corporate power, it includes all of the lobbyists who stand in the way of the people's will. And it's very important not to fetishize the vote as if it's just about voting rights, as opposed to empowering those stone-cold everyday people to have their voices heard at the highest levels in decisions and institutional processes that shape us. And my question actually is, can you say something about how this relates to the younger generation more and more reaching the conclusion that both parties have been too complicitous with corporate power, with Wall Street, with lobbyists?
Indeed. Let me just say 1.6, Chairman Cummings, and thank you so much, Dr. West, 1.6%. We're in a game of percentages. 30,000 votes, less than 100 votes per precinct is actually what got the senator that ran, the person that ran against Kay Hagan elected. We can count through a new study 75,000 votes that were suppressed. One of the things we have to understand, and I keep raising this point, too often parties, particularly and the Democratic Party, have written off the South. When you write off the South, you write off 22 senators. That means you only need 30 senators from the other 39 states to control the U.S. Senate. If you write off the write off the South, that's 31% of the U.S. House of Representatives, which means you only need 29% from the other 39 states to control the U.S. House of Representatives, 13 governors who control boards of election. Now, how does that relate? We need to start talking about real racism in this country. Not just when somebody calls you the N-word or somebody raises a flag, but the systemic institutional racism. And we've not raised that in this issue of voting rights and voter suppression. And how, think about it, for 1,094 days, the leadership of the United States Congress has refused to even have hearings. That's longer than Strom Thurmond. That's longer than Strom Thurmond filibustered. But we also have to understand, Dr. Weston, to your point, is that you can't be concerned about, for instance, economic sustainability, poverty, and living wages, and then not say anything about voter suppression. You can't be concerned about health care and environmental justice. You can't be concerned about criminal justice reform. Because how do DAs become DAs? They get elected. How do judges become judges? They get elected. How do we get these bad laws like stand your ground? It's from people who get elected. So you cannot dismiss the two. If you are concerned about a progressive agenda and say nothing or not even have a national conversation about voter suppression, then your concern is strange to say the least. And I would say that to either party, particularly to the Democratic Party. I was in Appalachia the other day. 5 new branches up there, the NAACP. I was up there, hundreds of people in Appalachia, where the counties are 90% white and 89% Republican. And we're organizing in Appalachia, in the West. Hundreds of people showed up because now they are making it the connection. They are understanding that for somebody to tell them prayer in the school, where you stand on abortion, and where you stand on homosexuality is the moral agenda is foolishness. They are now coming to understand that a true moral agenda would sound like this. We stand for economic sustainability, living wages, alleviating poverty, education equality for every child, health care for all, environmental justice, women's protection, reform of the criminal justice system, and protecting and expanding voting rights, immigrant rights, LGBT rights, and never giving up on equal protection under law. So in these Republican counties, you can go online and see it. We're organizing, Representative Ellison, hundreds of people. If you put together and that's why lastly, the third Reconstruction, I believe we're in the adolescent stage of a third Reconstruction. I think Black Lives Matter is a piece of it. I think the environmental movement is a piece of it. I think the LGBT movement is a piece of it. I think the peace movement against xenophobia. I think Moral Monday is a part of it. And you put all of that energy together and you have protected voting rights that where retrogression cannot happen, because that's what's happening. Retrogression. These legislators are taking us backwards because they don't have to go through pre-clearance. But if it could be stopped on the front end, and then you put all of these movements together, we can see a third Reconstruction come to full adulthood. And if that happens, we will fundamentally change this country as the first Reconstructors changed it in the 1800s, the second Reconstructors changed it in the Civil Rights Movement. We can in fact change it today, but we can't do it unless we fight over this issue of voter suppression and voter rights.
Ms. Schaefer, and then Mr. Ellison, and then we're going to have to move to the next witness. Ms. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Mr. Ellison.
Thank you, Reverend. I am embarrassed that I live as a gay Jewish woman in North Carolina with a governor like Pat McCrory, and we have all of our elected officials, for the most part, Republican, and discriminate against us too. So we're all in the same boat. There's always been voter suppression in the South, I understand that, and now there's bathroom suppression. But my question is, how do we stop voter suppression so that people can vote and vote in the proper representatives if they can't vote? It's a catch-22.
Well, exactly, which is why, number one, we have to put everything on the table to at least get the passing of the Voting Rights Advancement Act, to restore pre-clearance. Because if you don't have pre-clearance, it means these laws can be passed, they can be unconstitutional, but it puts the weight on the people who've been suppressed by these laws to then raise the money and then go to court on the back end. So right now, for instance, in North Carolina, all of the things they have done would not have been allowed if we had pre-clearance. That's number one. So we have to make that a centerpiece, and you can't make it a centerpiece if you're not even willing to talk about it in your debates. If you're not even willing to have national speech, just like we have a national speech on security, we ought to have a national speech on the state of voting rights, because as Lyndon Baines Johnson said when the Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965, this piece of legislation was as important or maybe more important than any victory we ever won on the battlefield. Number two, we have to organize from the bottom up and build fusion coalitions, because these state legislatures have decided to engage in voter suppression on steroids. I mean, one of the officials in North Carolina said, if what we're doing hurts students, lazy students, so be it. If what we're doing hurts Democrats, so be it. If what we're doing hurts lazy blacks who want free stuff from the government, so be it. Said that. So that's why I'm contending if we really do need to have a conversation about race and class, but it just doesn't need to be on the peripheral, on the surface. The next thing I want to do is mention is that we have to understand the connection. And you know this, you mentioned the bathroom bill. Actually, it's not a bathroom bill. And if we talk about it right, we can build fusion coalition. In that particular bill, 5 parts of the bill have nothing to do with the bathroom. That's the scapegoat. The bill denies cities and municipalities the ability to raise a living wage. The bill denies the ability of heterosexuals and homosexuals to file employment discrimination cases in court. So it's a racist, class-driven, homophobic bill. But it also shows us why all of us have to get connected in terms of fighting for the right to vote. Because if the people had not gotten elected, they wouldn't have been able to pass that bill. What we also have to recognize is that without the pre-clearance, these states finally can pass the redistricting. And in North Carolina in 2010, you all might not believe this, but it's true, we saw a legislature pass the worst redistricting plan, Mr. Chairman, since the 19th century. Now the courts are now beginning to overturn it, but because we don't have pre-clearance, then they can do it, and you can have an unconstitutionally constituted legislative body passing laws. What they did was they stacked and packed 51% of African Americans into 27 out of 120 state House seats, 49% of African Americans into 19 out of 50 Senate seats. And thereby changing even the U.S. congressional House representation, where it used to be 7-6 Democrat Republican, now it's 10-3 Republican Democrat, all through apartheid redistricting. And they did this not just to prevent black people from electing black candidates, but they did it to prevent black people from building fusion coalitions with progressive whites and Latinos to elect progressive candidates. And that's why we cannot just kind of hit at voting rights. You really want to have a conversation about race and class in this country, drill down on the issue of voter suppression and how voter suppression and this 1,095-day filibuster of the U.S. congressional leadership is directly tied to stopping the progressive agenda.
Mr. Ellison, last comment. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Reverend, could you just talk about how you built this grassroots multiracial coalition that resulted in just huge numbers of people coming out to support your movement. I mean, I think we need to learn a little bit about how to do grassroots organizing from you. Could you talk a little bit about how you did it, especially along a multiracial basis?
Well, you know, I wouldn't dare come here to pro the book, but there is one called Third Reconstruction, and it lists the 14 steps. I can't do them all right now, but the first thing is to understand that movements don't come from D.C. down. They come from Birmingham and Greensboro and Selma up. That's the first thing. Number two is to believe that we can build coalitions in the South. Believe that we are actually in a point of history that we can break open the solid South if we have enough prophetic imagination and prophetic courage and moral courage to do it. And we stop operating from the standpoint of left versus right, conservative versus Democrat, because I tell people I'm both, see, left-handed and right-handed. I'm conservative, I'm liberal. In fact, I'm a theologically conservative, theologically conservative, biblicist, Christian, progressive, all of that together. I'm all of that because I want to conserve love and justice. I want to conserve righteousness, and I want to be liberal about it. So the point is, Keith, Congressman Ellison, if we stop using terms that divide us, we're conservative, we're liberal, let's start talking about what's morally consistent and what's constitutionally defensible and what's economically sane. And doing that, we were able to get people in a room, and everybody was working in their silos. You know how a lot of progressives and we like to do, we like to get in our silos. But we put a map up of the legislature and said, go up there and and check off who's blocking your legislation, and found out that everybody had the same adversaries. Whether they were the people fighting for environmentalist, religious justice, or people fighting for LGBT justice, or the people fighting for vote. And I asked this question, and it's much longer, but this is the question for building like this. If they are cynical enough to be together, why aren't we smart and courageous enough to come together? There you go. That's the point. And why aren't we smart enough and courageous together to come together and face these state legislatures, and not just when we win, but stay there long enough to change public conduct. People said arresting isn't going to get anything done. Well, when we started, 40% of North Carolinians didn't believe in Medicaid expansion, now 58%. When we started, under 50% were against this voter suppression, now over 50% are against voter suppression. You have to have prophetic imagination in order to have prophetic implementation, and then you can eventually have prophetic transformation. But you have to stay at it long enough, and we've got to build from the bottom. You know, the Koch brothers said it in 673 when they stole Dr. King's dream. You know, Charles Koch went in the room and said, we're not going to invest in Messiah candidates anymore. He said, we're going to invest in building a movement that can punish candidates. And they began to build from the bottom up. Sometimes we, as progressives, have invested in Messiah candidates and then say, go do it, rather than asking the question, what is it that we must do as the people from the bottom up?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Christian Clark. Christian Clark is the President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. The Lawyers Committee promotes fair housing and community development, equal employment opportunity, voting rights, and more. Throughout her career, Ms. Clark has focused on strengthening our democracy by combating discrimination of African Americans and other marginalized communities. I don't think that she is here. Christian Avila? Is Christian Avila here? Christian Avila was brought to the United States with his siblings when he was 9 years old. Christian became an All-American Scholar by 7th grade and received a full scholarship to a private Jesuit high school. He was limited by his undocumented status. At age 16, Mr. Avila, an Arizona resident, started volunteering with Mi Familia Vota. He was one of the core core fasters in the Fast for Families demonstration at the U.S. Capitol, which was visited by President and Vice President and First Lady and various cabinet administration members and members of Congress. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address you on behalf of Mi Familia Vota. First off, my name is Cristian Avila. I'm a first-generation immigrant, and I'm a proud dreamer, and also the National Civic Engagement Coordinator. I have been blessed to be part of a great organization that has the best minds in the country, that focuses on leadership development, and although I can't vote, I am glad to be part of the solution by building political power for a better tomorrow. Mi Familia Vota Educational Fund is one of the premier Latino civic engagement organizations in the country. We train and skill staff dedicated to the empowerment and civic participation for the Latino community. Mi Familia Vota Educational Fund develops, coordinates, and implements sophisticated nonpartisan field programs across the country and strategies including citizenship promotion and assistance in voter registration, education, and mobilization. Nationally and locally, Mi Familia Vota has partnered with a number of legal organizations to file lawsuits and amicus briefs against restricted voting practices to harm the Latino rights to vote. In addition, we have advocated for Congress to restore the Voting Rights Act. In Arizona this year, Governor Doug Ducey has made it collecting another person ballot a felony. MFV has strongly opposed this law since our canvassers who have built trust in the community have been taking part of the ballot chase program since 2010. In Nevada, Mi Familia Vota, in coalition with local and national partners, have successfully challenged an increase of the cost of voter registration cards in Washoe and Clark County. Also, in Nevada, Mi Familia Vota, represented by Demos and Project Vote, sued the Nevada DNV for compliance with NVRA. As an outcome, the Secretary of State, DNV, Clark County Election Department came together to ensure that DNV NVRA compliance voter registration form in place before the 2016 general elections, and plans to create an electronic voter registration that will be in place by 2017. In Texas, Mi Familia Vota, in partnership with local and national partners, filed an amicus brief with the Fifth Circuit Court Hearing Appeals in support of previous decisions from the Texas District Court and Fifth Circuit panel finding that voter ID. And looking forward, I believe investing in solutions that promote democracy is key. Enough with the voter suppression and barriers that put in place to restrict voting access. Programs such as voter registration, automatic voter registrations, same-day voter registration, modernizing our election systems, investing into outreach and low-income and people of color communities on civic engagement, and restoring the Voter Rights Act to ensure that the rights of all eligible citizens participating in our democracy are not restricted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions? Yes. Mr. Booth.
Christian, 2.5 years ago, you participated in a water-only fast for, you tell us how many days, to call on the Congress of the United States to take up comprehensive immigration reform, a piece of legislation that had passed in the United States Senate and that the House never brought even to a committee, much less to the floor. So just as Reverend Barber points out that there's been a filibuster in effect blocking action on restoration of the Voting Rights Act since the Shelby decision, there is the same thing going on with respect to inaction on comprehensive immigration reform. What you've testified to on voter participation is very important, but I don't want us to miss the opportunity to give you a chance to talk about what you were doing there in that tent, fasting all those weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Yeah, I had the blessing to participate in a fast along with Eliseo Medina and a lot of the great leaders. We ended up doing a water-only fast for 22 days. And the only reason why I took part of this fast is because I have a personal matter in this. I come from undocumented parents, undocumented family, and I believe that my mom and my dad did a great sacrifice for us to have a better future, for a better education. And I thought it was time for me to give back a little bit to my parents who left everything behind for me, for they can have a better tomorrow. I think they are outstanding citizens of the United States, and like my mom and dad, there's millions and millions of families across the country that all they want to do is have a better future and want to come home to their families. Every day that I work is because of them. Every time I fly out the country, one of my biggest nightmares comes to mind, and I don't want this to ever happen and get a phone call that one of my mom, whether either my mom or my dad, got picked up by immigration. And the only way that I could look my parents into the eye and say that I did everything that I could for them to have a better tomorrow was for me to take pass on this fast. But I understand that fasting is a part of the solution, but that the overall solution is by having people vote. And that's the reason why I've been in and day out making sure that we build political power for Latinos, and that it's easier for everybody to vote, not just Latinos, and everybody take part of the democracy. Thank you.
You know, it's you usually hear parents say they want a better situation for their children, and it's nice to hear you say you want a better situation for your parents. I mean, that says a lot. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
John Laredo, the Honorable John Laredo. It's a former representative. John Laredo served in the Arizona State House of Representatives for 7 years, from 1997 to 2004. In 2003, Representative Laredo became the first Latino and youngest person ever to serve as Democratic leader of the Arizona House of Representatives. That's quite a feat. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman Cummings and members of the Platform Committee. Thank you for allowing me to come testify before you here today. I'm here to talk about two issues that we've had plenty of experience in dealing with here in Arizona. One is the attack on voting rights, and the other is the attack on common sense campaign finance regulation. They're interrelated, and addressing both issues through the policymaking process is critical to strengthen our democracy and make our elections work for everyday people. In 1998, Arizona voters approved the Arizona Clean Elections Initiative. It was a revolutionary system that would allow candidates to run for office on a blend of small contributions and public funds. For the first few cycles, it worked very well. Candidates from diverse backgrounds without access to money were able to run for office by relying on $5 contributions. $205 contributions qualified you for the system. There were some immediate impacts of public finance on the political spectrum in Arizona at the state legislature. One of the most dramatic impacts that we saw is the increase in people of color who were elected to the state legislature, as well as women. We saw people of color elected in districts that were not majority minority districts. It was very difficult for a person of color to run in a non-majority minority district because people of color aren't supposed to win there. And so it's hard to raise money because nobody expects you to win. When we had public finance and we had people qualify for clean elections, they suddenly had the funding that they needed in order to run a competitive race. And with the money being equal, it really did become about the quality of the candidate and the quality of their ideas, and we started to see people getting elected at all levels. There was also a pretty dramatic impact on policy, public policy. There was a very close margin between Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate, and it led to more coalitions having to work together in order to build votes. That moderated the state legislature. We had record investment in public education, record investment in public health. We had the ability to kill really bad voter suppression bills that would come down the pike from the more conservative members. I distinctly remember my freshman year walking into my office, and there was a lobbyist from the Arizona Chamber of Commerce waiting for me. And he had this very nice, glossy kind of thing to hand out to me, and it had a big 98% on the front. And he said, 98% of what we want passes, and 98% of what we want killed gets killed. After we had a whole bunch of clean elections candidates run and get elected, they stopped passing that out because those percentages dropped, and they dropped dramatically. Corporate special interests get involved in politics in two different ways. They get involved on the front end, buying who they want for public office, and when that doesn't work, they just wait for them to take office, and then they indebt the hell out of them. They put them on the hook because they know that if they can indebt somebody once they get elected, that impacts public policy. For clean elections candidates, neither one was possible. They couldn't fund their campaigns because they were running clean, and they couldn't donate corporate checks to their campaigns after they got elected because that was illegal. Couldn't do that. It made public policy much more tempered at the state capitol. In 2010, when we lost that, when we lost the matching funds for clean elections at the U.S. Supreme Court, it all fell apart. Candidates who had voted, or members who had voted against really extreme policy, I distinctly remember going in to talk to them after we lost the matching funds of clean elections, and they looked me in the eye and they told me, I can't vote against that anymore because I can't defend myself now. They're saying that they're going to take me out, and they're going to do it, and I can't defend myself anymore. And policy took a very hard turn to the right. Just a few months ago, on election day during the presidential primary, we saw the kind of chaos that the Supreme Court can cause with its out-of-touch decisions. For the first time, Arizona did not have the protection of Section 5 preclearance of the Voting Rights Act. We saw record-long lines, waiting in lines for hours and hours and hours to vote. The polls closed at 7 p.m. Some lines didn't end until 1 o'clock in the morning. That's how long people were in line. And many people simply turned around and walked away because they either had to use the restroom, or they wanted to eat, or they wanted to go home and see their family and take care of their children. The Maricopa County clerk dramatically reduced the polling places. They went from a couple hundred polling places down to 60. That would not have been allowed under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. It wouldn't have happened. Another really bad voter suppression bill that Christian talked about, our voter engagement groups here are really, really successful at registering large numbers of people. One of the things that we have is we have what's called PEVL, the Permanent Early Vote List. If you're on the Permanent Early Vote List, you sign up once, you're on it forever, and you get your ballot 26 days before the election. Now, when you have your ballot 26 days before the election, it's possible to target those people, primarily minority voters, and with field, phones, mail, the whole bit, get them to turn their ballots in. One of the things that they do is because these voter engagement groups are in the neighborhoods all the time. They're in the neighborhoods, they're trusted, respected people in the neighborhoods, and they're well branded. People will allow those canvassers to carry their ballots and turn them in. And so that happened quite a bit in minority neighborhoods. The state legislature ran a bill outlawing that and made it a felony offense for one of our canvassers to collect somebody else's ballot and turn it into county elections officials. A variation of that bill was passed years ago, and under preclearance, it never saw the light of day. The Department of Justice came down hard on it. They kicked it right back to the state. The state knew there was no way that they could defend this bill, and they chose not to, and they let it die. Without preclearance, voter suppression is alive and doing well in Arizona and across this country. For our part right here in Arizona, people are out on the street as we sit here today gathering signatures to put an initiative on the ballot to repair the Arizona Clean Elections Act and add much needed transparency and accountability back into the system. This citizens initiative is key, but we need Congress and the next administration to act too. The 2016 Democratic platform must call for the restoration of the Voting Rights Act and modernization of our election system. It must call for legislative and regulatory measures to increase transparency in political spending. We need an elections agency that actually holds people accountable for breaking the law. We need to change our Constitution and our court to value political equality and say that democracy isn't speech. And most importantly, the platform should call for a small donor public finance system at the national level to increase participation and make sure every voice in the political process can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have one question, and that's from Ms. Tandon.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments on small donor public financing and the whole range of issues. I just want to say I agree that we have to recognize the centrality of all of these issues to democracy, and I will use my voice to do that in the platform. I also think it's really important to recognize that we do have candidates in this race who have started off the presidential process actually talking about voting rights, talking about public financing. The connection between these issues and how they restore democracy are really important. I just really like to make that point.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next guest will be coming by way of Skype. Pastor Michael McBride is joining us. He is a native of San Francisco and has been active in ministry for over 20 years. In March 2012, he became the National Director for Urban Strategies Live Free campaign with the PICO National Network, a campaign led by hundreds of faith congregations throughout the United States committed to addressing gun violence and mass incarceration of young people of color. Welcome, Pastor McBride.
Thank you, everyone. Very glad to be here. And I am indeed Michael McBride, an Pentecostal pastor from the city of Berkeley, the Way Church, where Congresswoman Barbara Lee speaks for me. I also serve as the National Director for the Urban Strategies and Live Free campaign of the PICO Network, a network which represents over 1 million families in 26 states, 200 cities, with 60 local, state, and national federations. We run the largest voter civic engagement program in the last few elections that has been volunteer-based, and we plan to make over 1 million voter contacts in the next several months leading up to Election Day. We say that the first revolution is always an internal revolution, so we believe it must begin in the hearts and the minds of the Democratic Party. So I want to focus my testimony on how to close the passion gap among low-propensity voters using ideas that we call integrated voter engagement to our party, who has for too long left behind a racial justice agenda and economic justice mandate that we believe is central to democratic participation. If we are serious about expanding democracy, we must remove every barrier which obstructs the full participation of all of our people in our country from doing so, fully participating. One of the weaknesses we believe in our present party is a robust analysis and governing principle which takes seriously the ways that racial bias and economic inequality is structured through policies and practices, which are often championed and sustained by Democratic elected officials from the federal level all the way down to our local communities. So voting then must be grounded, we believe, in issues, not candidates, in the people's liberation, not false messiahs, local fights, not national political theater. We have hundreds of thousands of Americans and their families who are caught in a maze of tiered citizenship due to police violence, mass incarceration, economic exploitation, voter disenfranchisement, and arbitrary violence, all of which hinders their full participation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in our democracy. So 3 things we believe are necessary for expanding democracy, which the Democratic National platform must have. Number 1, ending the profit motive which drives our addiction to incarceration and fuels our epidemic of gun violence that disenfranchises in some cities 1 out of every 3 men of color voters. Florida currently disenfranchises over 2 million voters because of previous criminal convictions. So can the DNC set a moral standard to end all private prison contracts at the federal level, which would decrease the incarceration of Black workers proportionately, including our immigrant family members, and send a necessary signal to local jails and state prisons about the immorality of such arrangements with private companies that are profiting off of our misery and mistakes. Can the DNC refuse to take dollars from private prison companies? The NRA, gun manufacturers, and other for-profit entities which compromise the everyday voter's quest for justice and inclusion. We believe justice and public safety should not be for sale. Number two, can the DNC support down-the-ballot races, particularly with candidates of color who are champions of the revolution for justice and inclusion, rather than establishment candidates of the neoliberal political project, which has overseen the greatest expansion of incarceral systems and economic inequality on their watch? Can the DNC prioritize the browning of leadership at the Democratic Party on every level? Can the DNC robustly support building out multi-campaign efforts to build real youthful-led progressive wing of the Democratic Party? And then number three, can the DNC nuance its national narrative beyond the presidential race and demand accountability for this platform for local elected officials and bodies, particularly Democratic elected officials, county district attorneys and sheriffs, police unions and school executives who can accelerate the breaking up of the school-to-prison pipeline, which is another form of voter suppression and exclusion from our democracy. Right now, there is a crisis of confidence with the everyday voter of color, particularly Black and brown millennials, because we see local Democratic elected officials unable to deliver on broad progressive governing principles like fairness and inclusion. It is a fact that very few, if anyone, in local, state, or even federal offices remember what the platform was from previous electoral cycles. So what does it mean to move this beyond a symbolic document to one of accountability and formation for our mayors, county executives, elected representatives who are part of the Democratic Party, but yet are complicit in excluding our communities from democracy? Many of these Democrats have bought into neoliberal notions of social society, which depend on force and rugged individualism rather than charity and communal interdependence. For our generation, message and ideology matters for our communities. One final caution to the DNC I would offer is any attempt to depend solely on the narrative of Trump as the boogeyman. This will fall flat on many hearts and minds of millennials and low propensity voters who are not able to see the accountability being pushed down the ballot. For many of us, we are worried about our own boogeymen and boogie women who govern cities and counties which incarcerate, over-police, gentrify, and exclude our communities from democratic participation. So the DNC platform can emphasize restoring the rights of the formerly incarcerated, addressing the exclusion of Black, brown, and poor people from full participation in our society through targeted electoral campaigns as voters and candidates. If we can expand economic dignity and justice, as well as ending the profit motive for policing and incarceration, all the while enforcing a down-the-ballot accountability mechanism for local, state, and national candidates from the Democratic Party, I believe it will close the passion gap with proven strategic engagement, causing more citizens from low propensity populations to vote and sustain the revolution the people started in the fields of Alabama, the roads and freeways of the South, the streets and neighborhoods of Ferguson, and the rural plains of the United States. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you very much. Thank you. We will have one question from Dr. West.
Yes, my dear brother, Pastor McBride, can he hear us?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's good. No, indeed. I just want to thank you for your eloquence, and I want to thank you for your witness. Of course, we've marched together, we've gone to jail together, we've also prayed together. I want you to say a bit more about the All of Us or None movement there on the West Coast that has to do with mass incarceration. Because it seems to me if we look at what you are talking about, your critique of neoliberal capitalism, we actually have a way of connecting based on the moral and spiritual grounds that you best exemplify, connecting all of the different movements, ecological, anti-homophobic, anti-male supremacist, anti-white supremacist, anti-Arab, anti-Jewish, anti-Muslim, and so forth and so on. You've been able to do that on the West Coast. Could you tell us something about that particular movement and the ways in which you've been able to broaden it out? We've just heard from our dear brother William Barber, and to have you come right back is quite a double punch for this platform committee. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So we have found that if you take seriously integrated voter engagement, organizations and constituencies like All of Us or None, a formerly incarcerated, led, built, and run organization, allows us to have models we can replicate all across the country by doing 5 particular things. We can organize a deep base of constituents into year-round power organizations. So we're not just doing one-offs 3 months, 6 months before the electoral cycle, but throughout the whole year, we're organizing a deep base of constituents, directly impacted people who are able to fight and win local elections, reward and punish elected officials for their inability or their ability to deliver the kind of issues that we care about. Number 2, we lead that base to engage, motivate, and mobilize the broader electorate. They then serve as the foot soldiers, if you will, the tip of the spear through voter registration, petition gathering, conversation with voters. We were able to help pass Proposition 30 and Proposition 47 in the state of California, which helped in many ways deconstruct the decades of mass incarceration policy. So leading that base to engage. Number 3, it then allows us to shift the public narrative. We find again that values-driven moral narratives help develop authentic local spokespeople who move narratives through direct voter engagement, earned and paid media, organizing grasstops, and elite organizing strategies. Number 4, it allows us then to lead strategic issue campaigns. So again, we're not just looking towards a figure, we're actually talking about not permanent enemies or permanent allies, but permanent interest in issues, which then again keeps us engaged, and then it allows us to reshape the rules of the game, making sure that our people, our interests are consistently there at the front. These are concrete things that All of Us or None, the PICO Network, many of our Black Lives Matter type organizations, the Dream Defenders all across the country, Hands Up United. We are working with this model in mind, and we think that will allow us to close the passion gap to make sure we have people in office that are representing our interests.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Nick Rochard is Executive Director of the State Innovation Exchange. Prior to leading the exchange, Mr. Rothard directed state campaigns for Mayor Michael Bloomberg's Every Town for Gun Safety. He also served as the Consumer and Financial Protection Bureau's Assistant Director of Intergovernmental and International Affairs. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Nick Rathode, and it's an honor to speak to you about an issue I care deeply about: protecting and expanding our democracy. Many factors led my parents to immigrate from India and settle in rural Nebraska. Economic opportunity, an opening at a Methodist church where my father served for over 40 years, and the chance for a better life for their children. It was also the promise of experiencing American democracy, the idea that every citizen has a vote in the fate of their community, and a political system in which all voices are heard, and elected leaders listen and respond. That noble right, the right to vote, is the bedrock of America, and is something that as a party we should strive to protect. It is fundamental to who we are as Americans. Unfortunately, there are forces within our country working to undermine this core value. Sadly, if my parents were becoming citizens today, it would be hard for them to register and vote in many states. In fact, since 2002, states have introduced hundreds of bills making it more difficult for ordinary citizens to participate in the political process. These efforts were massively accelerated in the election of 2010, which brought conservatives to power in many states. From 2011 to 2015, state legislatures introduced nearly 400 new voting restrictions in 49 states. Last year, Alabama, the birthplace of the Voting Rights Act, passed a strict voter ID law and then closed 31 DMV offices across the state, primarily in areas that disproportionately affect communities of color. In North Carolina, as Reverend Barber referenced, conservative legislators passed laws curbing early voting, cutting same-day registration, eliminating pre-registration, expanding challenges at polling places, and imposed a strict voter ID law that, pending legislation, will be implemented in 2016. Overall, this November, 17 states will have new voting restrictions in place for the first time in a presidential election. Now, why is this happening? How is this possible? I would argue that the Democratic Party has ignored the states for too long. Meanwhile, conservatives have invested ruthlessly at the business and movement building at the state level. They've built up an infrastructure that allows them to drive policies like Stand Your Ground from Florida to 20-some states. They've built up a farm team that allows them to train and recruit conservatives for office. They now control more legislative chambers since the 1920s, and they have 31 Republicans in the governorships across the states. As the executive director of the State Innovation Exchange, a group that works on state policy and is now building a counteroffensive to fight groups like the American Legislative Exchange Council and other conservative forces in the states, I have had a front row seat to how these corrosive and anti-democratic policies impact lives of people. But I've also seen how states can also be models for positive change. The past several years, we have seen significant increases in election modernization policies throughout the country, driven by progressives in the states. Spurred by new technology and new ideas, policies like online voter registration, same-day registration, automatic voter registration have passed in a number of states. These are common sense, good government policies which often save taxpayers money and have therefore passed with strong bipartisan majorities in the states. Along with removing barriers to registration and voting, states have passed a number of other reforms which expand the electorate, increase participation, and protect the fundamental right to vote. This includes restoring the right to vote to nearly 6 million Americans living in our communities who have paid their dues and been released by the justice system, but who are denied a voice in our democracy because of prior felony conviction. Across the country, states have demonstrated the ways in which we can impoverish democracy when we create barriers to the ballot box, but have also shown how modernizing our systems and increasing voter access can enrich it. I strongly urge this committee to look to the states and commit to a platform that focuses on the states and works to undo voting restrictions wherever they find them, to promote reforms that increase voter access and participation, and to realizing the democratic promise on which this great country was founded and my parents were inspired by. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Mr. Booth.
Thank you, Nick. We've heard from several witnesses this morning, very eloquent, who are laboring in the vineyards of state politics. Now, these are the last four Democratic Party platforms. I happen to have read them all lately. They don't talk about state politics. It's not in here. So what is the case for us, we who are writing the 2016 Democratic Party platform, or at least drafting it, to add in state, what's the case for us changing what has been done before? We're a national committee of the Democratic National Committee. Why is it that there's a case for us to be talking about state level politics?
Well, every reform, every policy that Democrats care about may run through the federal government, but also runs through the states. They're intertwined. That's what federalism is. And if you look at what happens when federal policies are passed, the states have been able to block many of the things that we care about. If you look at Medicaid expansion, 19 states have left 10 million Americans uninsured. These have human consequences. Anti-union policies are making it tougher for working families to share in the economic recovery. Austerity measures in state budgets are letting vital infrastructure rust up. We just heard about Flint earlier. That's the type of thing that leaving the states out causes. And in fact, in Orlando, if gun policies would have been stronger there, that could have been prevented. And so if you leave the states out, if you ignore the states, you're also ignoring the human consequences that neglect causes. So I would strongly encourage the party and this committee to integrate state policies and focus on states into the platform.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate you. All right, we're going to hear now from Christian Clark, who is the President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. The Lawyers Committee promotes fair housing and community development, equal employment opportunity, voting rights, and more. Throughout her career, Ms. Clark is focused on strengthening our democracy by combating discrimination of African Americans and other marginalized communities. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Clark, President and Executive Director of the National Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. We were founded in 1963 at the behest of President John F. Kennedy, and we work to defend the civil rights of African Americans and minority communities across our nation. Work to defend the civil rights of all Americans is critical to the health and good standing of our country. The right to vote lies at the heart of our democracy. It is indeed the bedrock from which all other rights flow. And we've heard a great deal today about the grave threats that we now face today in the wake of the U.S. Supreme Court's 2013 ruling in the Shelby County versus Holder case, which gut the heart of the Voting Rights Act. I want to thank Reverend Barber for eloquently describing the crisis that we now face. But I would like to ask the committee today to focus serious attention on the unique, significant, and long-standing challenges and barriers faced by a group of nearly 6 million American citizens who are categorically excluded from elections across our country. Today, many states continue to maintain laws that deny or restrict the right to vote to people who have spent time in our nation's jails or prisons. And these 6 million Americans, people who have paid their debt to society and are seeking a second chance, encounter barriers at every turn. They encounter barriers getting access to jobs, getting access to housing, getting access to educational opportunity, but it is indeed the barriers to the ballot box that stand as the barriers that are most pernicious and anti-democratic. This is an issue that impacts all Americans and our voting system generally. However, the racial implications must be underscored. Given the stark racial disparities that play out at every level of our criminal justice system, these so-called felon disenfranchisement laws have a disproportionate impact on African Americans, Latinos, and other minorities. 1 out of every 13 African Americans of voting age in our country is ineligible to vote today due to a felony conviction. The problems are especially pronounced in a number of states. In 3 states, at least 1 out of every 5 African Americans is disenfranchised, including Florida, Kentucky, and Virginia. And the historical context in which these laws emerge cannot be ignored. These laws date back to an era when a number of states began formulating these laws with the express purpose of focusing on particular crimes that African Americans were believed more likely to commit. In 1901, for example, Alabama amended its constitution to expand disenfranchisement to include all crimes involving so-called moral turpitude, a vague and undefined term that was used to apply to misdemeanors and acts not punishable by law solely to strip the right to vote away from African Americans. Our country's status as one of the world's greatest democracies is tenuous when we maintain laws that outright deny the right to vote to citizens. Among 45 industrialized nations across the globe, we are one of only 4 to impose restrictions on the right to vote after release from prison. Restoring the right to vote to former offenders will strengthen our democracy, reversing some of the harmful effects of discriminatory policies that contributed to the mass incarceration crisis. Restoring the right to vote for former offenders can help ensure that all Americans, regardless of race, economic status, or history with our troubled criminal justice system, will have full and equal access to the political process. And this is not just a democracy issue. This is a criminal justice reform issue. Returning citizens benefit from civic participation. Research has found that civic engagement activities such as voting reduce feelings of isolation among offenders and thereby reduce the likelihood of reoffenders recidivating and ending up back in jails and prisons. Thus, these laws stand in direct conflict with public safety and in stark contrast to many of the bipartisan efforts that we are seeing around the country to promote criminal justice reform. We've seen scattered signs of progress. In Virginia, the governor has taken bold action to restore the right to vote to 200,000 people. In Maryland, the state legislature overcome a gubernatorial veto, and a law went into effect this year that gives 40,000 people the right to vote for the first time. But to Mr. Booth's question, we need the parties to provide leadership on this issue and guidance for the states to address the patchwork approach to these issues around the country. I leave you with a quote shared by one of our allies on the ground in Kentucky, Teddy, a 74-year-old gentleman who states that when you don't have your rights, it's as if you are still serving time. When you commit a felony or go to prison or jail, you're given a date when you're supposed to be released from custody. And when you've completed that sentence and paid all of the debt that you've been asked to pay, and you still can't vote, it's as if you are still imprisoned. Elected officials should not be afraid to compete for the votes of the formerly incarcerated. We need a bold effort and leaders with the political will to expand access, and leaders who are courageous enough to restore voting rights to the 6 million returning citizens who paid their debt to society and are seeking to participate in our nation's political process. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this important issue today.
Thank you very much. Walker.
I want to thank you for your testimony and really add to that in 1924 Congress granted citizenship for Native Americans born in the U.S. Yet even after the Indian Citizenship Act, some Native Americans weren't allowed to vote because the right to vote was governed by state law. And until 1957, some states barred Native Americans from voting. And in my time, when I was younger, I remember my relatives, some of them were incarcerated for practicing our ceremonies. So before the Indian Religious Freedom Act in 1978, many of our members were arrested and incarcerated. And so a lot of our members, tribal members, do not have the right to vote because of the crimes that they committed. For some of them were just practicing our ceremonies, going to our potlatches, using our medicine, singing our songs and so forth. So it's something that I grew up understanding, and we were taken out of that. So it's very much, we really need national legislation to help protect and to further our voting rights, because without that, we don't have a voice. And I do agree with you as far as those who have done their time, they can come out and be part of the process. And in fact, our members of the society need to be a part of the process and need to have the right to vote. And so I just want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And the racial disparities are severe, but this is not a black-white issue. At the end of the day, this is an issue about our voting process, about American democracy. So I couldn't agree with you more.
Mr. Gibbon.
Thank you so much for this. And just one argument that I've found useful as we take on the complete outrageousness of...
Keep your voice up.
One of the arguments that I've found useful as we take on the outrageousness of this disenfranchisement is to point out that it's not something that is just obvious or, there are states in the Union, a couple anyway, including my own, where people are allowed to vote while they're in prison. And so it should not be seen, it should be seen as the most obvious. We should just talk about it always with just complete astonishment that somehow this punishment lingers on. It's questionable to me whether it should, I think people should be allowed to vote while they're in prison too, but I guess all I'm saying is thank you, because the right key to be talking about this in all the time is one of outrage. This is just as direct a challenge to the idea of what it means to be a part of a constitutional system that one could imagine.
you must be from Maine or Vermont.
From
one
Vermont,
of the two states in the country that does not restrict or limit the right to vote, even when you're in prison. I think that Maine and Vermont stand as leaders in this regard, and we need leadership at the national level to help push the other 40 states to catch up to where Maine and Vermont stand on this issue.
Thank you very much. And I want to, overall, we see it in Maryland and we see it throughout the country. So many young lawyers coming along. I remember in Maryland, when I got admitted to the bar in 1976, I could literally count on 4 hands the number of African American lawyers in the whole state. And now I don't know 20th of them. There's so many. But we see more and more young lawyers coming forward and addressing issues like this. And it just shows you how important it is to have our entire society a part of first of all, being well educated, to be in a position to make a difference. And I want you and others to go back to your organizations and tell them that there are a lot of people that really appreciate what you all are doing. It really does mean a lot, because I live in a neighborhood where a lot of young men, I venture to guess, I've been here in this house for 35 years, I'd venture to guess at least 60% of the young people within a 1-mile block of where I live have criminal records, have been in the past denied the right to vote, and again, but you are speaking for them, and I really do thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Cummins, and thank you for your leadership. If we're going to end the era of mass incarceration, we need to ensure that when people come out of our jails and prisons that they're given access to opportunity. And so many of them recidivate because they can't get access to jobs, access to housing, access to schools, but we've got to care deeply about the fact that so many of them are excluded from the ballot box and denied the ability to really have the rights of citizenship restored upon them. So thank you for your leadership, and thanks to the committee for bringing attention to this incredibly important issue today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congressman Ellison.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put into the record the statement of Teferi Gabre, who is the Executive Vice President of AFL-CIO. He's seated out here today.
Thank you very much.
We have heard from the AFL-CIO on economic issues. Mr. Gabre's presentation is about AFL-CIO's advocacy for expanding democracy, something he's been a big part of. So with unanimous consent, I will offer this for the record and thank Mr. Gabre for preparing
So
this
ordered.
remarks.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here. Thank you. To the members of the committee, we have 3 Skype presentations now. After that, Mr. Zogby will address us for 2 minutes, and at 1 o'clock or before, I'm out of this room. I'm on my way home. All right? All right, let's go. Ellen Frieden is joining us by Skype today, is an attorney who in 2010 spearheaded a redistricting reform campaign in Florida, which was then one of the worst gerrymandered states in the nation. Her efforts led to the passage of 2 amendments to Florida's Constitution, limiting legislative power to draw districts to favor incumbents or a political party. The amendments ban gerrymandering, preserve the rights of minority voters to elect representatives of their choice, and require new districts to be compact, follow local boundaries, and to be as equal in population as possible. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. It is a tremendous honor for me to have been invited to speak with you today. I wanted to talk to you about what I see as one of the biggest threats to our democracy nationwide, and which we have done something about in Florida. Legislative and congressional districts in most states are rigged by the political party in power to ensure that their allies and themselves are reelected. And in most states, there are currently no rules to stop them from drawing districts to favor themselves. As a result of this unfair power grab, districts are bizarrely shaped and they senselessly divide communities. They often meander for hundreds of miles, and more often than not, they divide communities along the way. Small towns are often splintered into 3 or 4 congressional districts, and people don't know their representatives because they live so far from the representative's hometown. Perhaps more importantly, when districts are rigged to achieve a particular outcome, representatives are not accountable to their constituents. Because of how they draw the districts, they don't have to fear any serious election opposition. Incumbent legislators, by the way, have a 98.2% retention rate. This leaves voters silenced and without a voice to represent their interests. And when the next redistricting cycle comes along, these safe legislators take care of themselves and their party rather than the people who they are sworn to represent. So when districts are rigged to be one
we will, if we can get her back, what we'll do is we'll move on to Fred. She's back. You're back.
back.
Yeah, I was happy to have you back.
So sorry, I don't know what happened.
Nice and loud.
But I think I was saying that when districts are rigged to be won by a particular party, then the few elections that exist actually occur in primaries. And this often leads to the election of the most extreme candidates. And thus our legislators and Congress are often populated by members who can't possibly be expected to come to the center to find common solutions for the public good. And in most states, this is all legal. It actually constitutes legalized rigging of elections and legalized infringement on the rights of all voters to elect representatives of their choice. So to solve this problem and restore real democracy to our country, at a minimum, every state should have constitutional rules or standards for redrawing district lines, and Congress should adopt standards to be used in congressional elections. The standards we adopted in Florida, which after some initial litigation have brought us tremendous success in leveling the political playing field in Florida, include, in essence, politicians are not permitted to draw district lines to favor themselves or their allies, or to use redistricting to draw out their adversaries. They are required to draw districts that make sense. The districts that have to be compact, contiguous, follow existing city, county, and geographical boundaries, and are as equal in population as practicable. And they are absolutely prohibited from drawing districts to diminish the ability of minority voters to participate in the electoral process or to elect representatives of their choice. The legislature is constitutionally bound to follow these rules, and if a resulting plan is challenged in court, there are clear anti-gerrymandering rules for the court to enforce, which really don't exist today in the common law. So I recommend and hope that you will include on your platform that all states should adopt standards to ensure the removal of this scourge on democracy, and that Congress should require that similar standards be used when drawing congressional districts. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you about this very important subject.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Joining us by Skype is Fred Wertheimer, the founder and president of Democracy 21, an organization working to strengthen our democracy and promote government integrity, accountability, and transparency. Mr. Wertheimer is a recognized national leader and spokesman on money and politics issues, including campaign, finance, ethics, lobbying, and transparency reforms. So with that, Mayor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. I am president of Democracy 21, a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that works to strengthen our democracy. It goes without saying that our campaign finance system is completely broken. Billionaires, millionaires, and secret contributions are flooding our elections with big money in amounts never seen before. It's also clear that the American people overwhelmingly reject this system and want fundamental changes. Democracy 21 applauded the campaign finance reform plan issued last fall by Hillary Clinton. We recommend that the key elements of this plan be incorporated into the platform. These elements include creating a small donor public matching fund system for federal candidates, overturning the disastrous Citizens United decision, and closing the gaps, the gaping disclosure loopholes used to spend secret contributions in federal elections. In our view, the small donor public matching funds approach is the most essential legislative reform needed to fix the campaign finance system. Democracy 21 has recognized the very important role Bernie Sanders played during the primaries in placing the campaign finance issue at the center of the national debate. Senator Sanders has had unique success in raising small contributions to finance his campaign. Unfortunately, this approach is currently the exception for federal candidates. A small donor public matching fund system can make it the rule. Senate and House Democrats are also expected to inject the campaign finance reform issue into the national debate during the coming months. A system of matching small contributions with multiple public funds will empower ordinary Americans, greatly increase the value and importance of their small contributions, dilute the impact of big money, and allow federal candidates to run for office without becoming obligated to big money funders. Other key reforms are needed and also should be incorporated in the platform. They include creating a new campaign finance enforcement agency to replace the dysfunctional, failed FEC, and establishing new rules to prohibit coordination between outside spending groups and candidates. The public is demanding change and cynical about whether it will ever occur. In the past, commitments to pursue campaign finance reform have been made by Democratic presidential candidates before they were elected and were then ignored after they became president. To show the American people that the commitment to campaign finance reform is real this time, we recommend that statements along the following lines be included in the platform. A Clinton administration will take campaign finance reform to the country as a national priority early in 2017 and for as long as it takes to win this battle for the American people. A Clinton administration will work with members of Congress to develop comprehensive campaign finance reform legislation and to have it introduced in Congress during the first 100 days of her presidency. A Clinton administration will devote the time, energy, and resources needed to win the campaign finance reform battle. The American people want fundamental changes in our campaign finance system. A failure by Washington to deliver on this will create an even more disaffected and more cynical public than currently exists about Washington and our elected representatives. The battle for fundamental campaign finance reform must be fought, and it must be won. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our final witness will be Miriam Young, and she's joining us by Skype, and she is the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum. Ms. Young guides the country's only national multi-issue progressive organization dedicated to social justice and human rights for Asian Americans and Pacific Islander women and girls in the U.S. She previously worked at the LGBT Community Center in New York City. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, Chairman Cummings, and to the entire Platform Drafting Committee for this opportunity to speak with you today. As you heard, I'm the Executive Director of the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, or NAPAWF for short. And we are working to make sure that our communities are seen, heard, and included. I also want to note I'm the co-chair of the We Belong Together campaign, which brings together women of all stripes to fight for common sense immigration policy reform. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are the fastest growing racial group in the country, and today we number 21.8 million. We also know that 75% of immigrants to this country are women and children. All this to say that despite the stereotype of who an immigrant is and the long shadow cast by the first immigration law passed in our country, the Page Act of 1875, which, as you know, prohibited the entry of Asian women to the country by labeling all of us as prostitutes, despite all of this, you are looking at the new face of America, one that is increasingly Asian and increasingly woman. I myself came with my family from Hong Kong in 1977. AAPI women are the backbones of civic participation and engagement in our families. Polling shows that women, and mothers specifically, are the engines within families who drive the citizenship process, who make the healthcare decisions, and who drive the likelihood of voting in the household. In the past decade, we've doubled the number of Asian American Pacific Islander voters to about 4 million in 2012, and we add an average of 620,000 new voters every election cycle. Yet the full civic participation potential of our community remains underdeveloped for 3 key reasons. The first 2 are prevailing stereotypes about our communities that render us invisible. First, the model minority myth, which portrays all APIs as healthy, well-off, and successful, has the triple effect of erasing the long history of systematic exclusion and discrimination against Asians in America, erasing the range of experiences amongst the more than 50 different ethnic groups which make up the AAPI community, and sets Asian Americans as a wedge against communities of color, particularly African American and Latino communities. The second prevailing stereotype of AAPIs is that of being the perpetual foreigner, the false notion that we are the racial minorities in the country that can't and won't fully assimilate. And I want to acknowledge that this effect is particularly felt by our Muslim brothers and sisters today and leads to huge disparities around surveillance, policing, detention, and deportation. Thirdly, we need politicians to speak to us, quite literally. 2/3 of AAPI women surveyed in post-election polls report that they received no contact prior to the election. And 51% of AAPI women agreed with the statement that public officials and politicians don't care much what people like me think. And this is why we need data disaggregation, outreach, and language access. We need a platform that reflects our hopes and dreams and that specifically names Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander women. In 2016, we demand to be seen, heard, and included, not just implied. Because when we do, when you bring us to the table, what you see is that we support an active government which provides more services. When asked about budget priorities, we support more for education, healthcare, seniors, and the safety net for the poor. We are less likely to support increasing the budget for the military. We support tax increases on higher earners to reduce the federal deficit. Asian American Pacific Islander women also know that reproductive justice is central to our self-worth, self-determination, and success. 78% of us support a legal right to abortion, and 63% of AAPI millennials support Medicaid funding for abortion. We resist racist laws which seek to undermine our reproductive freedom, such as the sex and race selective abortion bans, a law which we are actually suing the state of Arizona over, along with the NAACP. 80% of AAPI support stronger gun restrictions. We support pay equity. And when in aggregate you look at our community, we're paid only 86 cents for every dollar a white man is paid. But when you look more closely in our community, we find, for example, that Vietnamese American women are paid only 61 cents, and that Burmese women only 53 cents, Bhutanese women only 38 cents. 1 out of 3 AAPI women workers make less than $15 an hour, and AAPI women are concentrated in low-wage jobs which do not provide sick days or paid family leave. The vast majority of Asian American Pacific Islanders women consider ourselves environmentalists, and we support strong environmental protections. Education is also a serious concern. With affordability of college, quality of schools, and bullying in schools most highly ranked as very serious concerns for ourselves and our families. I also want to lift up that 70% of AAPI women support affirmative action. We support a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants and family reunification as a priority. Visa backlogs take decades to process, and 40% of those waiting to be reunited with families are from Asian countries. Those are our families we are separated from. In summary, we know that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders are quite progressive. Engaging and organizing our community is critical to securing equity and justice for all Americans. So please see us, talk to us, say our names, try to pronounce our names correctly, and include us in the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Zogby, Dr. Zogby.
Thank you, Congressman. I just wanted to use the opportunity to raise a few issues that have not been covered that I believe are important for this issue of expanding and protecting our democracy. In almost every election cycle in the last decade, we've noticed an increasing lack of civility in political discourse. I believe it began in a very serious way with the election of President Barack Obama. Some people just couldn't deal with it. The foreignness of the president, his name, morphed into an accelerated campaign against Muslims. In 2010, it was the Victory Mosque. In 2012, it was the loyalty oath pledge, the double pledge that Muslims would have to take. And this year, it has gone to extraordinary lengths, leading one of the candidates to propose a ban on Muslims coming into the country. Our platform should call very specifically for no religion test for immigration. This lack of civility also leads to hate crimes, and support for the Hate Crime Prevention Act, I think, is also something I hope we will include. And secondly, when it comes to speaking about Muslims, there is a danger, I fear, that we too often securitize the conversation so that our discussion of Muslims is, it's important that we talk to them, they can help us, as opposed to, it's important that we talk to them because they're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're our citizens, they are part of who we are. And it's important because if we are to be one republic, one country for all our citizens, Muslims have to feel an equal part of that. My community, Arab Americans, went through a period of exclusion. My sitting here is somewhat maybe evidence of the fact that that exclusion is coming to an end. I hope it is anyway. Our Muslim immigrant citizens need to feel that same sense of participation for who they are. And there are two other issues. I know I raised the issue with former Attorney General Holder on the question of profiling. But the closing the loopholes on profiling, I think is important to send a message to law enforcement, both on the national and local level, and in particular to Border Patrol. It not only affects Muslims and Arabs, it affects the Latino community as well. The use of rather crude profiling, not, you can have race or ethnicity as a part of a broader profile where race and ethnicity are not the determinant factor, but where they are the determinant factor, then we get ourselves in trouble. And I think that our community has been affected by that rather negatively. And then finally, the issue of surveillance. We witnessed over the last decade this program that we became increasingly aware of, largely due to the AP and the work that they did, the surveillance program in New York. We know it's broader than that. It's mapping communities. It's sending informants into communities. It's collecting information on totally innocent behavior. I've seen the
ethnic mapping, the religious mapping of Syrians, of Egyptians, of Palestinians, and of Shia. I think that that's the way that the four maps were done, the four books were done. If you look at it, it's really disturbing to see all of these pictures of restaurants in New York and coffee shops and grocery stores and places that I myself have gone with informants reporting, I heard this conversation, or these were the people who were there. This activity should not be happening in a country like ours that protects and respects democracy. And so a statement about surveillance and the use of surveillance against innocent political activity and innocent just daily social activity is something that we should come out against. And I think that's about it. I just wanted to see those issues which hadn't been talked about included in our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that there are other members of thank you, Doctor. I'm sure there are other members that may have some additional things that we missed. We tried to cover everything that we could come up with or thought about. There may be things that we have missed, and I'm glad you mentioned those. So, again, we would like you to get that information to Andy Grossman. We would love to have it no later than tomorrow. Tonight? Midnight tomorrow. We would appreciate that, and Andy can give you all of his information if you don't already have it. Let me just do some house cleaning real quick. I want to, again, thank our staff. Done a great job of the DNC. Want to thank Debbie Wasserman-Schultz, who has done a phenomenal job in all of this, and we appreciate her. And certainly the Marriott Renaissance. The staff here, as I've said many times, have been absolutely wonderful. And let me not fail to mention our spectators, our friends. Some of you have been with us both days, and we really appreciate you being here. Personally, our first and second row crowd. You didn't think we noticed, but we did. But again, to the members, again, we meet in St. Louis next Friday when we will be addressing the drafting. And I want to thank all of you for taking up time out of your busy schedules to give to this very, very important effort. Have a safe trip home, and thank you very much.